right. Good evening, everybody. I'm hoping.
Good evening, everybody. I'm hoping.
Good evening, everybody.
I'm hoping.
Good evening, everybody.
I'm hoping. Good evening, everybody. I'm hoping. Good evening, everybody.
All right, found the offending window. That was as delightful as it was to go down that hall of repetition. I really don't like the sound of my my voice. So thank you for your patience. Okay, we seem to be tagged up with all the right details. Um, yes. Okay, good. I I'm within my usual start time, but I do appreciate that it's a later start than, well, for me it's definitely a later start than I would want. I think some people have started to sort of discount what my planned starts are as a result. And I wanted to say off the top, I'm actually quite worn out for today, and I think it was understood that I would be. Uh, and I'll probably have a tough day tomorrow to do some catch up, but I think I can get through it. All good reasons, I think. I likely got some good news today. We'll see what the final bit of it is, but it does mean that I've run everything. Not that I think this needs too much detail, but I actually wasn't feeling 100% yesterday. I got through it, but I was rather sick. And actually, that was more or less through the day. I didn't have coffee, and I'm wondering if what I had were symptoms of caffeine withdrawal for the better part of the day. So I guess my coffee is now a necessity. But overall, like I said, it's not a bad day in the sense that everything I wanted to do has been done. In fact, Book of Hours is sort of the last thing that I wanted to do today. But I'm definitely feeling that I'm kind of at the end of the of my capabilities. So I'll apologize in advance if that translates into less of a broadcast than what people are expecting or what they're used to. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gates of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is a forgiving game. If you're worried you might be stuck, there is usually another way. So, but yeah, I wanted to start off with, well, I'll do the usual disclosures and such, and then also talk about the plan for the week. I may wind up repeating that as well, just as people come through. Hey, Beefreeze. Yeah, I'm just worn out. I was quite sick yesterday, like vomiting, but that was last night, and that kind of kept me from getting a little bit less than a full night's sleep, but certainly enough to, enough to go through the day. And I think for the most part, it's all good stuff that I spent on the day, but I'm kind of spent, and I'm happy that I've gotten through all of the things that I needed to. So I think probably the plan is, it happens. I suspect probably it was like I said, it was a big day today, and I have to suspect, if I'm really honest with myself, I just because of the headache and such, I have a suspicion that I noticed that on Saturday or on Sunday, I didn't really drink any coffee or tea or anything along those lines. I can't really remember if I did that much on Saturday, so I have a small suspicion I might have actually felt a bit of caffeine withdrawal, just in terms of the headache and such. But if I'm honest with myself, I suspect that probably I had some nerves about today. I have some empirical evidence for myself, just in terms of my I don't know, monitoring or whatever. That it was a nervous day, let's say. But like I said, I think for the most part, probably good news. And like I said, I've gotten through most of what I needed to today. This is really the last thing. But I do want to make sure, just because this is sort of the last step today before maybe my hope is that I'll be able to do a little bit of reading before I turn in. But my one worry, of course, is just because it's been a big day, and I sort of know that I have a lot to do to catch up tomorrow. I am always a little worried that the stream will suffer for it, but I'm fine. Like I definitely, I'm not in a position to feel, I shouldn't feel bad. It's just I'm feeling like it's the end of the day for sure. All of the soul cards have been used up. But yeah, as far as disclosures and that are concerned, I just wanted to say that it's been a bit of a weird month because we had, I figured that probably, I figured it would be it like. I don't know, was it when troubles come, they come not single spies, but in battalions? I don't know. I'll leave it to the fancy British people who made this game to get the quote right. But yeah, like I said, it's all in the grand scheme of things, it's all good stuff. If I look back on this period at all, it will not be, the tiredness that I feel now, or the sickness that I felt yesterday. It'll be a whole other set of things. But I come to you as I am right now, and mostly I just want to be a little apologetic for the quality of the stream by the end of the day if it doesn't turn out. I'm gonna have a quick sip of tea though, just so I can get myself recharged. But yeah, so this month has been a little bit of a weird one because in Canada we have a kind of a national holiday called, I don't know if it's appropriate to call it a holiday, but it's a National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. So it's a day in which, at least at the types of workplaces where I work, we're not expected to come in. And then Canadian Thanksgiving was the week following. And then this week, I will be attending the local game dev meetup, Dirty Rectangles. I think this is where we talked about the nice sort of minimalist roguelike that Sparse Game Dev did. I really like hanging out there. I'm delighted that they're back to in-person meetups. I know some people are still a little uncomfortable on the COVID side, and I would say probably now the weather's starting to get a bit cooler. So that's certainly the time that you sort of want to make sure, everybody's vaccinated and such. But the thing is that you do need to still live your life. And I'm happy that they started doing the local meetups because there's a really cool place where they hold them. It's called Avant-Garde Bar. And it's a neat atmosphere. There's a really nice guy who runs it, Alexei. A lot of kind of Soviet-style propaganda posters and art on the wall. And I don't mean Soviet art. I mean like Soviet propaganda posters. And then there's also some neat art on the walls. It's a neat atmosphere. And a lot of really interesting developers, both people who do it sort of purely recreationally, some people who have side projects alongside their sort of day-to-day work at established firms. There are a couple of largish game developers in the Ottawa region, and then there are some people who are either freelancers or solo or whatever you might call it. But it's a nice group. It's a very welcoming group, which I appreciate a lot because I'm sure you are all familiar. Well, I'll put it to you this way: I don't go out of my way to be contrarian on things, but I also, and when it comes to writing, I try not to write things that are obvious because the obvious doesn't need to be said. And it is, I try and follow the argument to where it takes me. And that will sometimes mean I wind up writing something that is the exact opposite of what I started writing. And sometimes that means that I wind up taking positions that are not necessarily popular ones. And I'm not even talking from the perspective of, somebody just dismissing me because I'm not necessarily an insider, but the genuinely unpopular opinion that people get mad at you for expressing. And despite all of that, the people definitely don't mind challenging me on things that they disagree with, and they, have voiced disapproval on certain things. But for the most part, I have not felt the kind of stress that I do in other circles where I am genuinely worried that some people may not be speaking to me again if I don't do what they say. And, the important thing is I do have the sort of temperament to sort of stick to my guns in situations like that. But obviously, it's not like I seek out those kinds of those situations. I just think in the end, people like that are not necessarily acting that way, or they're not, essentially they're not doing so for your benefit, right? If you're given an ultimatum, it is very rarely something that, one, it's probably not going to be the last time that you hear that, and number two, just because you say the words doesn't necessarily mean that you've changed as a person. So, I don't want to try and make it sound like my life is full of minefields and that people are just waiting to pounce on every word that I say. I mean, sometimes online it feels that way in some circles. But one thing that I do appreciate is that in this community, I have been allowed to express, let us say, somewhat heterodox views and find an audience that is willing to engage with it, even if nobody really kind of walks away completely transformed by the other's side. I do appreciate that they give me enough latitude to sort of say the thing and promote the idea. So the Unity article would be an example of something I deliver. Actually, I really enjoyed delivering that because it was a bit like doing stand-up. I don't think there were too many people who necessarily disagreed with the article, but yeah, that was a good one. So, but yeah, so there's two reasons why I want to do that. It's not really just transmitting my stuff. In truth, I actually don't present that much there because all I really have to communicate would be data and essays. But I do like showing up because, one, I think it's nice to sort of stay in touch with the local community. You never know, who you're going to run into and what ideas you'll encounter. But number two, I also like showing up and being present, because a lot of people are putting some effort into running that sort of stuff, and particularly if you have a city which is not known as a major gaming hub, right? So it's not Vancouver or Winnipeg or was it Winnipeg or Edmonton? Maybe both. Montreal is obviously a really big one. I think Sherbrooke. I think there's also maybe Halifax. Anyways, there are a few places that are sort of big hubs for gaming, but you don't want, if you think that, okay, so there's something kind of interesting about Creative Cloud. I'm sorry to make this such a long start, but this is actually a subject I'm sort of interested in. You will notice that there are actually larger creative clusters in large cities, and this is not just as a function of the city size, right? So if you were to work out like a proportion of, of creative types, let's say, you would find that those proportions are higher in large cities than in isolated communities. So I don't know, I'm thinking like Grand Forks, BC, you would not expect to find, overall as a proportion of the population, you would not expect to find in absolute numbers, you would not expect to find much of anything there. Like the number of economists that you would find in Grand Forks, or the number of welders, for any of these jobs. I mean, some of those jobs are just simply not going to be required in a small city like that. But once you actually start looking at them as proportions, generally what tends to happen is that you will have larger places also have sort of more vibrant creative communities. My suspicion here is that this probably has to do with, I mean, it's sort of like one, it's about networks, I think. Two, I think it kind of has this self-reinforcing characteristic. So when you have sort of this diversity of views and you have these, more cosmopolitan areas, you're just simply exposed to more ideas, and this will probably wind up generating a lot more activity. And of course, when you have, when it's in the air, it's a little bit more likely to happen. So I would note that if you want to take a look at the sort of stuff, like where is the action, right? Where are all the people who want to go out and make their own independent artistic thing? Well, right now it's gaming. If it was, early 2000s, they'd probably be wanting to make independent films, and it would actually probably not look all that different from what independent gaming looks like now, right? Which is there's a lot of people doing it, a lot of projects that you may not have ever heard of, sort of being paid for on credit cards and not necessarily finding the success that they're looking for, which is unfortunate. But some subset of them are maybe trying to capture what they saw the first batch of creative types doing. And it's a tough one, right? Because you don't want to wish failure on anyone. But on the other hand, you do also want to make sure you're not rewarding sort of the get-rich-quick mentality, right? So if people, I don't know, look at something like Super Meat Boy or Braid or whatever, and they're like, oh yeah, they put this thing out, they had pixel art, so, well, I guess Braid didn't have pixel art, but like, we'll make a few $1 million off of this. Well, I don't think that was ever true, but it is certainly not true now. And ideally, you would want to discourage that kind of behavior, because in the end, there are just many more things that you can express through a game or through a movie or through, whatever, that you want to give a bit more space for. But it is worth noting, right? Like, the gaming side of things does seem to be a bit more dominant. I guess probably some of that is moving into things like NFTs and the mid-journeys and such. And I know some people are kind of trying to bring, I think some people are trying to bring the AI tools into the gaming space. Whether or not they will be successful or not, I suppose, is an open question. I suspect that probably it will wind up being a useful input to an overall process as opposed to a substitute for the process itself. But yeah, I would still say that probably if you are someone who's looking to make your mark creatively, probably you're focusing on games because that's just a really big and exciting area for it to be. But with all of that said, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that there is some value in showing up, and I actually encourage people, if you happen to know that there are local meetups for the kinds of things that you do, and this would be for writing, perhaps filmmaking, although I know those collectives are not as, maybe not quite as active. But it is good to talk with your peers, and more importantly, the fact that someone is putting the effort into organizing something like that, I do like to see. It's such a silly way of looking at it. I have donated a little bit of money to the group as well because I think they needed a new projector. But I think the really big thing here is that this will make me sound full of myself, but I do actually think that attending a meetup like that is a little bit of a way of giving back. Because the thing is that if somebody sits down and says, hey, we're going to put this thing together, and then nobody shows up, that's a lot of effort that they put in for no reward. And it potentially means that, whatever local connection there is sort of falls apart. Whereas if you do have existing, whether it's a user group or a meetup or whatever, that sort of stuff, it can mean a lot to people who are new to the community, either as creatives in their own right or new arrivals. So the last example I'll just give on that is, and again, it's such a long start for today, but like I said, I'm kind of tired today, so it's nice to charge up a bit before jumping in. I started going to Full Indie in Vancouver just shortly before I left Vancouver, and I actually really liked it, and I rather regretted not being aware of it earlier. because I felt like there were definitely some people that I knew there already. Like Kevin from Power Up would be a good example of that. And it was definitely a chance for me to take a look at some of the interesting stuff that was happening in that space. And again, these are much bigger developers than I, sometimes get a chance to talk to. But it doesn't really matter who it is. Like, this is the opportunity here isn't to, like, try and rub shoulders with, somebody, quote unquote famous. It's to just kind of see what's going on, see what other people are up to, see interesting ideas. And as a broadcaster, obviously, it's a chance for me to try and find something that might be interesting to stream. But I remember thinking when I had to move out to Ottawa that I really wanted to try and find something like that. And the first group that I went to was actually a Unity meetup, and it had one person in particular that made it really off-putting to go back. I don't know if the Unity meetup's still happening. But I did find this Dirty Rectangles group. And I don't mean to set the two groups in opposition to one another. I suspect probably what happened, there was one person to kind of ruin it for everyone, rather than it being a function of the game itself, or the meetup itself. But I did appreciate, like, being able to go to this Dirty Rectangles thing and finding a little bit more in terms of common cause. There was kind of a funny first introduction that I got from someone who I've never actually seen at the meetups again, but introduced themselves through introducing someone online. I've told this story before, but I'll say someone online who is normally associated with intelligence, but for someone like me tends to be a signal in the opposite direction. So there was definitely a moment where I was like, what the hell is going on in in Ottawa Game Dev, right? This is two meetups where I've met someone, kind of dodgy. But then the rest of the presentations come up, and they're absolutely brilliant. Like, it's just a bunch of really interesting people. So, that just happened to be a really fun introduction. That I wind up telling that story now just because I get along with the rest of them. But yeah, like I said, it's one of these things that is just fun to do on its own. But number two, where I can, I like to do and show my support for the local meetup where I can. And so that means that's my very long, my 20-minute way of saying that I will not be broadcasting on Wednesday. And I do appreciate, for the last few weeks, it has just been 2 broadcasts a week, and I don't normally like doing that. It just happens to be a weird time in the schedule. But next week, barring sickness, internet outages, or otherwise things that physically prevent me from being able to stream, I will make sure that I do a full 3 days. And it may in fact be 3 days of Book of Hours, because I'm happy to do Cyberpunk, but the main reason for doing Cyberpunk was because of the release of Phantom Liberty, and the promotions for Phantom Liberty will be wrapping up later on in the month. So, anyways, with all of that long business out of the way, let's open up the Twitch save and carry on with the day. You've run a couple of different meetups over the years, fringe groups. So yeah, I know the struggle and how much, show as much support as I can for the ones I'm in. Yeah, I don't know. I think the other thing too is, like, if I'm presenting, like, personally, I actually like presenting to larger groups. Some people may not. I know, like, stage fright is a thing. But for my own part, oh, this is funny. We still have the winter. Oh, are we really in winter? Why do I get the feeling that I... Hang on. Yeah, no, that's gotta be right. Sorry, the two saves are really starting to bleed into each other. So I was like, was I really Was it really this season? I guess it is, though. Okay, sorry about that. Where the hell? What am I gonna do? Oh my goodness, Mr. Nuclear Monster, you chose a great time to host. I was busy, although what is going on with my alerts? So it feels like it's just follows at this? No, subscriptions at this point that seem to be, triggering. Either way, I am sorry I don't have a big song and dance for you on showing up, but I am happy to do the shout out command. Now, I am trying to get my own business still sorted out here. So what were you playing tonight? And hello to the Raiders. Thank you very much for showing that support to Mr. Nuclear Monster and their raid. This is Book of Hours. For those of you not familiar with it, if you've played Cultist Simulator, this is the follow-up to Cultist Simulator. It takes place in the same universe, but it is a very relaxed approach to this type of game. There's, so far as I can tell, no way to lose. Playing Bloodborne and learning German. This sounds a lot like Katako's stream, so those are two very, very good things. So yeah, this is a fascinating game. So the best, I don't always like advertising this game in relation to another game, but if any of you have tried Cultist Simulator, this is the developer's follow-up to Cultist Simulator, where you sort of inherit this ancient occult library, and you are responsible for sort of repairing it. So all of these rooms started off locked. In fact, the village started off locked to us, but essentially we have been going room by room, exploring all of the, you know, the tasty and interesting things that we can find inside here. When I say tasty, there's some pears here, if you would like. Smooth as butter and wonderfully juicy. And one of our small goals for today is to open up the submerged sea caves. We likely will do that with the lower level pumps, but it does require metal, and I'm actually running short on metal. So overall, I can say this is a kind of a cozy, relaxing, crafting RPG with a very elaborate sort of setting. So if you happen to like, so Bloodborne is actually a good example of this. If you are the sort of person who really likes to figure out what's going on in FromSoft games in terms of looking at all of the little details inside of the item descriptions and that, this is very much a game for people like that. So all of these different books I have read, and there's little fragments of information which will tell me about, you know, what I can craft, or, you know, there's one written from our predecessor to sort of tell us a little bit about what's going on. There's the mystery of the fact that this place seemed to have been abandoned because of a fire, but we didn't really see any evidence of a fire until we got much further into the house, and then perhaps the fire was not what it seemed. And then you get to see all sorts of weird occult images like the Watchman, the Menascate, the Sun and Rags, the Madrigad. And perhaps if you prefer the triple knot, you have the Malachite, the Horned Axe, and the, is it Calcite? Malachite, Assite, Calcite. But yeah, lots of fun to play around with on this one. And the best way for me to sort of explain it is to talk about it as I go. But for those of you who are curious about this, I should probably mention it at this point. I was given a copy of the game from the developers, and in fact, they invited me to share the game on their Steam page when the game was released. So I certainly think very highly of them. But I just happen to really like this game, and I'm really into the world behind it. So anybody who does have questions on it, we're obviously quite far into the game, so I can completely understand if it looks overwhelming when you see this many skills and, you know, wonder what on earth is going on. Oh yeah, there's also this cool looking thing. We're not going to talk about that right now. But yeah, it's a big old mysterious house with lots of things to look at, and I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. So I guess our first order of business would be the lower level pumps. Although if I can, I would like to try and find a way to generate metal if possible. So I'm actually going to write myself a little bit of a list for today to see where we're going. So I would also like to maybe audit a few of the different skills that I haven't explored yet. But I suppose the big thing I should be working on right now is to see if there are any other books I can read. So we've got Isaac of Karth's History of the Shadowless Kings, as well as a novel method for invocation and contrition. So I'm going to make a guess here that I probably have what it takes to, or at the very least, I'm going to be close to what I need to read these. I don't think this is all that different from a rose text that I read before. So we have a text here. So this is a book written in Aramaic, and it has a mystery related to the aspect of rose. Now, I don't have a good description of rose. Here we go. The rose which encompasseth all 9 directions to new horizons, exploration, enlightenment, hope. So what I need to try and do here in order to read this book is to get 14 rows. And if I don't get 14 rows, there is a possibility I'll be able to read it, but I will be leaving things to chance. The other thing that's nice is if we do wind up reading this text, it means that we are likely to be able to read this text as well. This is an Aracapean text, so I would need the language, but it's Lantern and Winter, so neither of these are really relevant to the task in front of me. So let's see what kind of a chance we have to be able to read this rose text. So when I read a book, I am able to read it at a desk, and I can bring a few things to help the challenge. So one thing I can put in is a memory. Now, unfortunately, as far as skills go, I do have the ability with one of these skills to try and get a skill which is known as Fet, which would give me extra rows. But I have been avoiding committing elements of the soul to the Tree of Wisdoms just to see how far I can get in the game without it. So in this case, we'll use any old soul. Now skill, I believe my highest level would still be Preliminal Meter or Path and Pilgrim. So we get 5 from Preliminal Reader, yeah, or 5 from Path and Pilgrim. So 5 memory, 5 skill. Okay. So I pretty much have a good idea in terms of what the day is going to look like for this. So in reality, I'll have one more item which I can bring to bear on the challenge, and that is a lunar globe. So a lunar globe, it's the Earth but silvered like the moon, unlabeled and pocked with craters. So we could add that to the tools. Now the reason I know to put, so number one, the actual reason I know to put this stuff in is because I've played this game enough. But each object in this game is going to have an aspect. So in this case, I could add a tool, or I can add an ink. If it's Gralls, mix it. But I can't add something that's fatigued. So in this case here, because the lunar globe has a tool, I can use it. And then I'm particularly interested in it because it has the rose aspect. So essentially this brings me 11 rows. If I had Fet, I would be up to 13, which would still be short. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be relying on chance, but I do still have the ability to... I might get lucky with this, essentially. So first thing we're going to do is apply an element of the soul to be able to read this. So this is going to be our Tryst, and then we'll try the book still. Alright, perhaps you've provided Rose, but not enough to match Mystery Rose. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So I've got 60 seconds before we do... When you don't have enough to be able to read a text, there is a chance that you will get lucky. And normally what will happen there is there will be either some kind of weather or a memory or something to try and push this along. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to generate another very powerful Rose memory, and that happens to have come from the different texts that we have. Now, I believe I want to read Coprolith omphalos. But let me just double check that. Okay, I'm glad I checked that because this does not actually give me rows. But Emirantus spitelli, a fragment of iron alloy meteorite carefully inscribed and polished. So this object houses a numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. So this is a uniquely powerful item that I'm reading. But right now I'm using it just as an insurance policy. So we'll read the text here. What is this? I need to add the language Fusine. What is Fusine, you ask? People lived east of the lost lake Fusino. Horus warned that theirs was the land of witches. This was their language, called by some the dry tongue, and by others the tongue of witches. All right, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, so we're starting the day's work. If I would like to do some gardening, now is sort of the time. I could use my health for that, and I'm not opposed to the idea. I just wonder if there may be a better use for my health. I believe the viper here is still wild, so we may also want to consider taming it. They will want remains. Such a friendly little fella. Sustenance and remains. I mean, I guess my one option is always to feed it the mackerel, but this is the last mackerel I have, so perhaps, well, I guess I have the pilchards as well. I could also feed it an egg. I think I'd probably wind up getting an egg from one of the chickens, to be honest. I should probably look into that at some point, actually, but let's focus on the task at hand. So, I guess Crowcross Sands if I want mackerel. I just don't know if I'll get that in winter. And then this is one of the last chances I get to get Blue Crown. So as much as I want to go to Crowcross Sands, I think I am actually going to do some gardening here. Okay, so with my shopped, I suppose the question here would be... So Faust I can kind of use for whatever. Shopped I could use for... what? Actually, maybe here's a better idea. Let me think about the chickens. So we have Terrence the chicken. Was this magnificent and indomitable beast named for the rector's indomitable and magnificent housekeeper? Best not to inquire too closely. So time with the beastie. So this also eats sustenance, specifically sustenance that are remains or eggs. My other option would be to try and make something else out of these eggs. So we have a gull's egg, we have a hen's egg. Actually, gull's eggs seem to be renewable resources. So tell you what, we are going to wind up spending some time with the viper. All right, satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. And while we do that, I think I will use the Faust in the gull colony. Okay. So we need some sky knowledge for that. Let's use sky stories. And that leaves me the shopped. So one thing I'm thinking about in term... Actually, hang on. Before I go any further, I am going to bring up my spreadsheet and see if there's any gaps in my skills. Okay, so Inks of Power. Pearl and Tide. Do I not have Pearl and Tide yet? Oh, here it is. And then Sky Stories we already put away. Okay, so none of those are knock related. Glass blowing and vessel crafting. So it seems to want me to add metal. I am kind of interested in seeing if I can make this work. So this will take knock. All right, let's see what we can get out of this. This is purely exploration. But I don't think it's a bad idea for me to try this right now. Okay. I should have thought about this before committing elements of the soul. It did want me to add a metal, but unless I find a big knock fuel... Oh, this'll do. Okay, so... Interesting. That wasn't what I was expecting, but... So I actually got 2 out of that. So as you can see here, there's an orichalcum wire recipe here. The challenge is that that's just turning metal into metal, so that doesn't really solve my problem. But I did get some useful information out of that. So let's just see if there are a couple other options like that. So it looks like horns and ivories might... it's something that I might be able to use to level up the larva. Lockworks and Clockworks seems to want a glass. So we'll ditch this. Wait, we should have glass in the foundry. Oh, that is very interesting. Okay, so what this means, so Lockworks and Clockworks plus Scholar level Knock plus Glass creates Gervanite. So this seems to be a way that I can go from not having metal to having metal. So it does mean that I need to find some glass, but that's a really big discovery that we just got here. I am also going to try and put the Gervanite... Actually, I wonder. Could even use the amethyst ampule in this case. So we'd be at 9. We would still need a knock memory for this, but... neat. So because we learned that, I am curious to see what happens if I throw this metal in. Okay, so. I messed something up here. So apparently there's some sky recipe for this, because I actually apparently had already written down Gervanite, but it was in the sky section. So anyways, we'll work that out later. I believe I had the... I think I put it in the prison. So again, I've got a spreadsheet that I'm kicking around to put down all of the different details on this. So I do apologize for the extended silences while I'm recording this, but this is a session or a sheet that I've been keeping since I played the beta. So forge, 6 knock, 3 sky, 3 winter. Okay, this has been educational. I may not be able to take advantage of the Gervanite this time around, but I am interested. I think my best bet here would be... I'm going to find the secondary knock skills. So apparently solutions and separations would be one of these. Not expecting too much. Okay. I'm going to make a guess here. If we were to add the glassfinger toxin, we would get... I think the keeper level would probably be sacramentasite, but I don't see a way I would be able to make that happen. Okay, surgeries and exsanguinations is the last of these. Okay, we can make the glassfinger toxin, but... Alright, so there is one last thing I'm going to try. Let's ditch this. I may not have any glassfinger toxin lying around, which would be a shame. But this is a chance for me. Again, whenever I get in these experimental modes, it means that there is a bit of a drag in terms of the overall pace of the stream, but it always winds up paying off in terms of some stuff that I open up for myself later. But it looks like I didn't leave myself any glassfinger toxin, so that might be something that I want to put on the to-do list, because glassfinger toxin is a helpful input. Yeah, but not worth giving up the Gervanite with. Okay, so I learned something useful out of this, which is Lockworks and Clockworks may be my way to a to the new levels. So let's run with that. We'll add the shaft. So if I just add the amethyst ampule, we're 1 knock short. And I would guess that probably the moth orchid or the sea holly is the answer to that. I'm actually checking all of the flowers just in case. Not all of them count as fuel, incidentally. I think the moth orchid was... Yeah, so this is great in the sense that it has knock, not good in the sense that it takes fuel. So, the last step would be to see if I can find a combination of ingredients that will make this work. So, Lockworks and Clockworks. We don't have a memory. That would help things a lot. Matter and substance. Okay. Well, I already know I'm coming up short here because fuel, liquid, or remains isn't what I'm looking for. Okay, what about the clock itself? So it wants action in the form of an element of the soul or an omen or a memory. Okay, so I can throw a bunch of knock memories in. Oh, okay. Well, that'll give me something to do with my elements of the soul, so that's one option there. And then the Asite altar. Tools, beasties, marks, elements of the soul, tools, memories. Again, with the right combination, we're golden. What I'm really looking for here would be 3. But I think the shame here is I don't believe I have any marks that would do the trick. So these are pure winter. Yeah, this isn't accepted. So really, the foundry is my best. Sorry, not the. It's either the foundry or the great clock. But I don't quite have what it takes right now. So maybe I just try something with the chimeric larva. Unless I'm losing my mind, so I'm trying to find this in the spreadsheet. Interesting. Okay, apparently I misread that. Apparently I found a way to make the chimeric larva. All right. So here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to sit and wait, because there's a lot of stuff to do today, and I think I'm going to wait for the shop to finish, and I'll just wind up restoring given memory. So my apologies for the time that took. I'm sure I've kind of erased whatever audience there might have been for the game here, but I needed to get my ducks in a row, and now that they're there, I can play in earnest. I also think I've lost my stream tab, so let me bring that up again. Locust 101, good to see you. I'm sorry for the slow start today, but still working on my my start here. Okay. Oh, wow. Sorry, I was trying to find my window and a bunch of stuff happened. So, first of all, opportunities. There is still a chance. So, as we were saying, we're hoping for a case here where we can generate, essentially we've got 11, so we're looking to generate 3 rows. And this is an element of the soul, I think? Yeah. And, oh, but it wants a memory, so we're actually doing quite well. So, a full belly makes a helpful friend. This beastie is now inclined to cooperate. A tame viper, an avid student of warm fireplace stones, warm mice, and warm milk. All right, the forge, the work accomplished. So this is Emeranus Batelli, the fragment of iron. Who gave us fire? Who gave us steel? What is the sound of dusk? Of what alloy is wind forged? Esoteric secrets of metallurgy and resonance are revealed, including directions towards the creation of a terrible bell. Newman, the bells of Ys. Ys, by her arts, found the strike tone that shakes the hours. For this reason, among many, the hours discourage traffic with Ys. But a bell cast with this secret could speak the Ys note. So, it feels a little silly to use this for day-to-day tasks, but I am not complaining about what it can get me. So again, the 2 extra soul efforts are not useful to me here. But we are going to take this Newman, the Bells of Ease. We'll add it, and that will be sufficient to read the book. Your second OS up and running. That must be Windows 2000, your favorite. Or are you one of those BIOS commies? All right, there we go. So this is what I was saving the shop for. Now that the Bells of Ease have been added, I get to pick a new memory. Now, there's one of 2 things that I can work with. So one, I can say, well, why don't we try the same trick with the text? I probably will. The other one is to say, well, I know that I'm going to want a fairly high knock memory to make Gervanite, because that's eventually going to allow me to drain out this level. I guess the big thing I can say, though, is that there might be some weather that helps us with that. So I'm still probably going to work towards the rose texts, but we'll see. Installing Gen 2 on your second drive. I need a lightweight gaming environment. I would love to properly do Gen 2. I tried once, and then I ran into a very frustrating hiccup, which sort of turned me off. And then the other thing I was noticing, I was using a lot of default settings, and yet Fedora is my kind of go-to for just I'm doing a Linux VM, and I want to just work, I just want to get stuff done, right? But I think in terms of stuff I'd be interested in, Gen 2 is kind of where I'd actually like to sit down and properly, because it just strikes me as one of these cases where I can actually sit down and really learn about how everything works. I know there's Linux from scratch, but that strikes me as maybe a little too much. But yeah, I'm assuming this is not your first time with Gen 2. All right, few flowers flourish in the depths of winter. Blue crown is one of those few. So the reason we're going for the blue crown is just in case we need some kind of replacement for. In fact, we're gonna start freeing up the space on the desks. I guess you're going in Christopher's Nook then. Well, first you're going in my inventory, then you're going in Christopher's Nook. Yeah, this is the new stack for books. This feels really silly to put books here, to be honest. And we got a memory sound. Scraps from the Isle's Edge. All right, that wasn't an egg, but we'll work with that. Okay, but yeah, let's see what the result from the text is before I commit the shaft. Yeah, fair enough. All right, Isaac of Karth's History of the Shadowless Kings. A true and accurate history of the Shadowless Kings by Isaac of Karth. Isaac describes the 1,000-year ascendancy of the Shadowless Empire. The first and greatest history is described herein. The Persian Empire, the son of Achaemenes, the Shadowless Kings, the most glorious empire, survives the assaults of Alexander the Great and flourishes as late as the 5th century. After the fall of Rome, the Shadowless Empire takes Byzantium under its wing and moves east against the land of the Great River. Isaac begins to recount the invasion struggling against the unskinned armies of the Hooded Serpents, but ends abruptly with a series of incantations he claims allowed the Shadowless Empire to persist. So I believe this was already in Cultist Simulator, but obviously some big lore there in terms of the histories. All right, the Confounding Parable. Okay, we've got 2 sand stories. So I don't think that's going to move the needle in terms of... Yeah, I think as far as our improvements go, we're sort of stuck. Although, so 5. No, actually, this will take me up to 6. It may be a little too late for that, but what I am going to do, instead of using the Newman, I'm going to use the Shapt to generate so I've got clouds for moon. Confounding Parable also gives me moon, so I need either a moon or rose memory. I think an intuition should do for that, so I'll actually reread the history of inks. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So the logic behind this is that the clouds, the confounding parable, and then this intuition I get are going to be enough to they're going to be enough to level up sand stories, and then I can use the tryst to commit the first one. So that just means I have one more lesson left after I commit this one. So tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. So this is one of these cases. I mean, first of all, I've got 4 1-pound notes, so it's not like I'm hurting for money. But this is one of these cases where I find it worthwhile to spend money to renew an element of the soul. The temptation is usually there, and what kind of holds me back from using it more often is just to say, well, what am I really gaining that I can't do tomorrow? And in this particular case, I've got 2 memories which are going to go away. Well, I guess one of those memories would be going away. The other one, I just have... the other one, I could try and like dream about. But essentially what I'm doing here is I'm saving myself the effort of generating 3 memories to level up the sand stories. So essentially we can focus on that tomorrow. So... Anyways, A History of Inks. A legendary grimoire of exotic ink-making lore. The cover and some of the pages, unfortunately, are stained and crusted with something more like mucus than ink. The Incastum Maricat is refined from the liquor named Lethe and the presence of nectar aspect. The priestesses of the knot have also learnt to brew Maricat in this wise, yet for the nature of their arts, their task may be easier. The history concludes with the admission that the incastum named Orpiment Exultant was once drawn from the veins of a forge long. Thankfully, it seems, it can also be refined from iotic essence using the techniques in this book, or with transformations and the jewel science. But we're mostly interested in the intuition here. You just know, you know? So we'll give ourselves a chance to finish eating, and Sand Stories is eventually going to be a level 5, so let's move the 4s down. Oop, too far. Alright, another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Alright, so again, I gave something up today, which is I'm not going to have a Newman to work with tomorrow. If I want, because I'm sleeping in Natan's bed, or the Motley bed rather, I can preserve the memory sound for the next day. I might as well, you know, you never know when I'm going to need the extra heart. But in this case here, the real advantage is that I'm going to be able to not just level up sand stories, but I'm also, particularly, I'm going to be able to get sand stories to a point where it becomes my main Rose contributor. So even if this means that I'm not going to be working on the remaining Rose text, which is here. This is the last book that I can read until we basically get a visitor with a relevant language. But basically, if I put that on hold, I'm going to be able to make my life a little bit easier in terms of reading those texts. The other thing that I can do... we'll wait for nightfall, I guess. So I think probably what I'll do is I will focus mostly on leveling up the sand stories tomorrow. And then my spare time will be spent trying to generate the Gervinite. And what I'll probably do is I'll probably just make 2 Gervinite because it's, I guess at this point I see it as like a renewable resource. The fact that I just need a little bit of glass with Lockworks and Clockworks is really helpful, actually. So we'll turn our glass into metal, and then with those 2, I mean, on its own, I can kind of throw anything else in, but that should help us drown out, empty out the submerged sea caves and move on. Or at the very least, it'll verify that that's not something that that we need to do, that we need to find another approach. Also, Locus, sorry, I'm following up on something you said later. I'm following up late on something you said earlier. When you talk about pass-through, is this the idea of... like, so if you have a GPU, let's say, and you want to be able to work with it, like one of the reasons I use the VMs that I have less is that I'm not actually able to directly access my... Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, the drawback I have here is I'm using Hyper-V for all of my stuff, and I've used my Linux partitions less than I wanted because I have actually been getting into a little bit of the deep learning stuff. And as it happens, that works a whole lot better if you have an NVIDIA GPU. And right now I've just kind of been stuck with Windows because it's, you know, what's directly talking to the GPU. So I should probably follow up with you at some point to find out an easy way of setting that up, because so far as I can tell, that's a feature available on a different version of Hyper-V, but not the one with, I guess it's Windows 11 Pro that I'm on. Anyways, conversation for another time, I'm sure. The yearly stipend from St. Ronwins has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. And current affairs, the affair of Apollo and Marsyas, what's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug, what visitors will the season bring? Okay, sunny day. That doesn't help us with the sand stories, but got an iron spintria. We now have a £5 note. I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of £5. The bearer never does demand, though. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Okay, let's take a look at the day's plan. So I need 4 moon or rose. Okay. So if I leave aside the tryst for the level up, so then we would use Bliss Chapfa. You know what? Okay, this is gonna be a little silly, but I'm actually gonna commit everything to leveling up sand stories today, and then we'll use Reverend Timothy as our backup. So speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. So for the better part of the day, we're just going to talk with Reverend Timothy. And what will happen is, as he provides us memories that are relevant to leveling up sand stories, we'll start using elements of the soul. Redist, I'm doing okay. I'm kind of worn out from today, and I was rather sick this morning, or well, I guess technically this morning, but before I properly got to sleep last night. But overall, I'd say I'm doing well. I'm very happy to be playing more Book of Hours, although there is going to be an interruption to the schedule one more time this month, and that's this week. Wednesday I won't be streaming because of the local meetup. But after that, we're going to be dedicating proper time. All right, Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So we'll see what happens with the current affairs. If I'm lucky, we won't have a visitor related to the affair of Apollo and Marsyas. We'll get someone who can teach us a language. If it's Crack Track, I'm going to be very, very happy. And if it's anything else, it'll be okay, but like Crack Track is going to be the thing that really, really knocks this open. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to check. I believe we had the first history here. Yes, Uzolt. So apparently the Shadowless Kings. This is the ink in which that history was recorded. All right, MCO Constance Lee. Constable Oculate Minor Constance Lee. Don't get in her way. And I believe we already know Kilisimi. All right, I don't really need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. All right, so the affair of Apollo and Marsyas, an upcoming production of an opera with a very ancient pedigree indeed. So we will help out Connie Lee. It's always nice to have extra tally. But I do have my priorities, so I am going to worry a little bit about. About my conversations with Timothy first. Do you hope you're staying safe? I've heard things about I would not be surprised. I mean, this is going to be a seasonal story we hear, I suspect, just because as the weather starts to turn, more people are going to be spending time indoors, which means, of course, people without masks in enclosed spaces. The variants aren't going away, and I suspect people are going to be a bit slower vaccinating just because we've sort of learned to live with it. So I do intend to get vaccinated, but I also am not someone who would be considered to be an at-risk population. So number one, I'm not sure if it would even be available to me, but number two, the last thing I want to do is take a vaccine that someone else can directly benefit from right now. So but yeah, I think it's fair to say I had a pretty big job interview, for lack of a better term, and it does seem that things went well. I'm sure for myself as a person, I identified all the things that I need to be working on. But the response seemed to be quite positive. Okay, so this gossip will help me out. So this is the first of 4 that I need for Sand Stories. So this technically frees up one of my elements of the soul. But yeah, I mean, not to dwell on the point, but I think if I'm on it, so I was talking about the fact that I also didn't have a coffee at all on the Sunday, and I'm thinking I maybe only had coffee at the start on Saturday, so I probably was also suffering the effects of caffeine withdrawal because I had an appalling headache. But I think if I'm completely honest with myself, as much as I don't want to admit it, I probably threw up because of nerves. And, you know, I just need to get over it, and I'm overall fine. I don't think vomiting is a COVID symptom, but double boosted for a minute since I was over in Germany. Yeah, it's the one thing too is like I don't want to. It comes back to a little bit of what we were talking about in terms of like the local meetup, right? I don't want to live my life in such a way that I don't want to like just think about COVID for like every single second of every single day. Like, is it a risk for me to go out to a local meetup like that? You know, ever since they've moved it from virtual? Yes, right? And of course, I have a good excuse. Well, you know, what do you mean? I'm not stopping by and streaming like, you know, like the expectation is. Well, how committed am I to my broadcast, right? There's always going to be another reason for me not to go out, but that's not a way to live your life. You know, what a more sensible perspective to have is, you know, acknowledge that it is something serious. You know, you want to make sure that you are taking care of yourself, but you don't want to completely reorient your life around, you know, avoiding this thing. So, you know, as much as I can. Like a good example here would be I traveled out to the interview. I was a little late getting out compared to where I wanted to be, so I took an Uber and public transport. So, you know, that I don't have a problem masking up, even though most people aren't. And if people give me a weird look, they give me a weird look. Like, that's, you know, that's life. I'd like to think that I'm at least enough of an adult that I don't particularly care that, you know, people give me funny looks. But yeah, like the idea of sort of staying away from the local game dev community because of a worry about that seems to be one step too far for me. Because honestly, at that point, I just would never go out again, and I don't think that's the right way. I think that creates as many problems. Okay, I was trying to hold back to think about how I might get some knock. I'm not gonna lie, I think probably I'm gonna hold back, and I'm going to once we hear the bells, if I only have the one element of the soul available, I'm probably just going to get one of the Newman. You might have lost your sense of smell because of it. I don't really think much of it anymore, but it's done the damage. Yeah. I mean, I hope that comes back. I am absolutely not equipped to know what the deal is with various symptoms and, you know, what constitutes long COVID and so on and so forth. I have been lucky in the sense that I can think of very few situations in which I would have been kind of credibly exposed. So if I have had it, I had it in such a minor way that I didn't notice, almost certainly a function of the vaccine. But I am willing to get... I know there's a lot of people who kind of like to say, oh, I never got it, when in fact they did. I suspect, in my case, just because of the limited number of places I go, and like I don't mean to suggest that I'm a complete shut-in, but I do rarely see people in person. My social network is still largely in Vancouver. I sort of figure that probably I've dodged the bullet. Okay, we'll wait the 6 seconds because we still have the evening, but okay, and Solace doesn't help me here. So we will talk with Reverend Timothy again, but this is really more about keeping something for tomorrow. So we've got a gossip. We'll get an intuition and an intuition and a... oh, that's right. So let's find Republic of Teeth. If I can. Obviously, I'm not going to spend all day looking for Republic of Teeth. Oh, here you are. Okay, scale secured. Now, a confounding parable. I wonder if I can find "It Is Written." You do have to ask, what's the difference between this version broadly and the pre-release? I haven't seen much of this game since it came out. So the pre-release did have limited sections. So for a while, you could... So there was a way... I believe in some of the earlier versions, there simply wasn't a way to win. And then they started sort of unlocking different parts of the house. They do seem to have changed a couple of the victory conditions, so it seems to me like the Tree of Wisdoms, it was talking about working your way out to the edge of the Tree of Wisdoms, whereas now I think working your way out to the edge of the Tree of Wisdoms will give you lots of elements of the soul, and you know, you can level those up and you make them very powerful. But I don't necessarily think that that's going to push you any closer to... I don't think it's going to push you any closer to a victory. Mind you, I haven't really committed enough things to the Tree of Wisdoms to say for sure. Bunch of, cleanup in terms of typos and so on and so forth. Some of the descriptions outright have changed. So, like, some of them are... I'd say most are for the better. A couple are ones that I feel a little sad are slightly different. So Scrumpy used to say, "Now this is apples," which I always was charmed by. Scrumpy now says, "The West Country's most unregenerate achievement, perhaps at its best when pressed from stolen apples." But you know, I always tend to like things that make me laugh, so I do think this is... I actually quite like the writing on this. It just happens to be that I'm cursed to know what the original text was, and usually stuff that makes me laugh is something that I kind of want to hold on to. So I make that small comment of things gone by. Fair. Trying to think of the best of what I can talk about that's been different from the pre-release version. Because the other thing too is that when I played the pre-release version, I limited a lot of my time in it on streams, which means that I played less of it than I would if I was sort of testing on my own. And I don't regret doing that, but it does mean that to a certain extent there were parts of what was added which I haven't seen yet. I've been engaging a lot more with crafting, so I don't necessarily think there's anything new in crafting specifically so much as I'm just doing it more. However, they have added a couple of helpers in terms by the way, sorry, I don't know if I actually said hi, Hamswitch, but I did see your comment and liked it. Yeah, I actually think a lot of the stuff that's changed lately, so it's a little hard for me to remember the release version as opposed to pre-release, but I do know for the last few weeks there have been a lot of update, like full-on, updated versions, just adding like quality of life improvements and such. So actually I wonder, so they say, okay, yeah, so it zooms to the mouse. All right, let me just see where I can get another confounding parable, because I don't think I have the book I was originally looking for. Let's read Incursus. Okay, so we've got a gossip, we've got a confounding parable, we've got an intuition. Let's do Deoris Book 3. For a contradiction. Tan's desk will help with this. Just going to double check. Yes, Moon will help us here. Okay, Edge a Trophy. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Right, so the Shapt, again, I'm probably going to wind up bringing in the Newman with it, but I do want to make sure that I have everything ready for the Sand Stories before I commit. We don't really have any kind of Numa pressure on us, but I don't think... Oh yeah, and I should also talk with Connie Lee at some point to satisfy her request. But yeah, the main focus right now is just... getting ourselves into a position for... So again, my preference would have been to try and do something with the Gervanite. However, I didn't have as much luck with the elements of the soul. So I'm working with what I've got here. Okay, let's talk about the affair of Apollo and Messias. This opera in Paris, I smell trouble. So she wants Sky, and I'm going to need a 4 or higher Sky text. I'm worried about the audience. I'm worried about the backers. I'm very worried about the tenor. And I'm very, very worried about the caterers. I know I'm a worrier, but I don't understand enough about the work and its consequences. Help me out? Okay. 4 or 5 Sky text. I think some of the... Nope, Alopoli is 5. Portions and proportions. I mean... Maybe it's the last of the 4s that I can give her. Give her reflections as well. Ah, there you go. Stolen reflections. I'll talk to our cousins of the duties in Paris. Perhaps it's not as bad as I thought. So she'll give us bronze spintria. And then I do want to be reasonably punctual. In fact, if I'm going to work with the Newman... I might have already closed the window on that, but let's give it a shot. I wasn't really paying attention to the time. I definitely can't afford to have the wrong language, so... Fusine... So hopefully we still have my Shapt in the morning. Okay, there's the intuition. There's the confounding pair. Ah, I should have been reading the texts. There's a reason I picked all of these. Well. I'll hit it next time. But I do have my prize. So satisfying to have come so far. Okay. So I should think about taking one of these to bed. Probably Solace is the only one available to me. Yeah. I'm not expecting anything major with Heart and Sky, but I do want to get into the habit of dreaming on a memory. It's kind of wasteful not to. And then again, the reason why I prioritized Sand Stories in this case is purely so that I can get the boost to my my rows. So Preliminal Meter used to be my go-to. Now it'll be Sand Stories because of the 6 rows, and then hopefully from there we'll be able to get a little bit more. All right, the skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. So we'll still probably be coming up short when it comes to the reading. I think we're still going to need to get sort of the Newman to make everything work. Okay. So I can see that bar fill up. No, we're going to lose our Shapt for tomorrow. Shucks. All right, well, let's not stand on ceremony. Let's get the book read. It doesn't even really matter what the weather is. Okay, and then this is one written in Aracapean, so we have to add that language. A language of surpassing beauty and elusiveness, revealed through the ecstatic apprehensions of the Orphics, the Eleusinians, and the Sibyls of the Rhyme. Aracapean, these mystics claim, allows the elaboration of hues, sensations, and states of mind too subtle for grosser tongues. And then I can also bring one more point in with the lunar globe, but we're still counting on relevant memories. However, I do get a couple of options here. So step number one, I'm actually going to use the whist to... in this case, we'll use 108, just because that's immediately available. Scale secured, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So I only need the 2 rows, which means it's a waste for me to bring in the Newman. What I will also do here, so I have a slight wish to get a gull egg. So I'm going to use that with the gull colony. And then I do want a Newman for knock, so I'm going to use Foundry. I will use my Fost for that. And the inescapable confinement, well, that requires Aracapean. Okay, so I'm going to sit on my Fost for a little while on to get the relevant knock. So if we don't get a relevant memory, then, you know, too bad. I'll take care of it tomorrow. But the hope here is that I'm going to be able to bring in the Knock Newman, which again requires Aracapean, so that's going to be on ice for a little bit. But we'll bring in the Knock Newman just so I can start making the metal that I need. And if I can't, well, I'll just use the health at Crowcross Sands. MCO Lee was reassured that the opera might present a lesser oniric hazard than she had feared, but resolved to still talk to our cousins of the duties in Paris. Alright, so, art, it's educational. Ubi sunt, that doesn't help us, and a memory. So, this is the last of the books that I can read. There we go. Rose Journey's End. There's still a chance. So let's read this text from the start. A novel method for invocation and contrition, ingenious and rather beautiful techniques for entreating the names of the hours, developed by Roy Morrow, who styled himself the Sage Knight. The techniques rely on the unique qualities of the Aracapean tongue. Morrow professes himself surprised that they serve better to entreat the names of the vagabond than the names of lantern or winter hours. I am surprised too. The reason why this is surprising is because of lantern and winter in its aspects. Morrow demonstrates that preliminal meter techniques can be used with sufficient rows to invoke the vagabond's names, transforming an enduring reflection into something wider of sky. That's... Sorry, I just had a bunch of my stuff topple over, and I'm sure the spider that had made a little web next to the pile there got a good start. Actually, don't see it. It might have moved elsewhere, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna move now. So, an enduring reflection, which I haven't actually made yet. Plus preliminal meter. So that's going to be a recipe I want to experiment with. And I'll add this to the list. Two preliminal meter. I'm just going to hit collect and we can move the relevant book to my inventory. Alright, more sounds. Sacre bleu. I'm really looking for eggs here, but let's see what we can do with preliminal meters. So, this one is already pretty high, so 5. It's a 5 skill. It's going to need knock and rose. So I suppose the big challenge right now is I have a confounding parable which gives me rose, but this really isn't anything I couldn't already just keep by sleeping. In fact, I think it's very unlikely that I'm going to be able to do enough with preliminal meter today. So the ones that were infesting your yard have moved on, sadly, and the one who lived in the garbage can got carted off by the bin men. Ah, well, it's moving day, so I'm sure there'll be some new ones. Okay. So I think I'm still going to go for the Knock Newman. Yeah, you know what? This is going to seem like a little bit of a waste of the day. But this is going to line up a couple of things that I will find helpful over time. So I'm going to use my Faust with the Cosley book. So this is why we were waiting for the Ericapean. So that's going to help me make the metal that I need. And then when it comes to the health, I'm going to read Wrapped in the King with it. Because I'll be honest with you, like I can't think of a point where I'm going to immediately need it, but I'd rather just have some of these persistent memories kicking around rather than just sort of sitting around hoping. So like I said, it's going to be a little bit of an idle period. Maybe what I can do in between, one, I may want to take a small break just so I can refill my tea and whatnot. But the other thing is I can make a list of all of the Knock and Rose memories that I can. Oop. Okay. I may not be as clear on the mic just because I'm going to be turned to my spreadsheet for a bit. Okay, so confounding parable. We have the inescapable confinement. So this, ideally, I'm not going to use for the leveling up. That's hopefully going to be something that I employ to make Gervanite. Gossip. So I'll say one of the Newman. I can only have one on the table at a time. Pattern. Salt. Secret threshold. Stolen secret. Okay, so that's out of the basic readings that I can do. That's seven individual memories that I can generate. Ideally 6. Let's see where we're at. So with preliminal meter, we're at 5. Okay, we are going to need to bring everything. Nope, actually it's 5 and 6, so we should be fine, although I am going to need to renew some of my elements of the soul when the time comes. Which sort of makes me wonder if it's worth keeping the inescapable confinement, but we'll figure that out over the day. Well, let's keep the confounding parable. Okay, so to level up this preliminal meter, I'm going to need 4 knock or rose, I suppose, and then I would need shapt to. Okay, yeah, so I'm definitely not making the Gervanite stuff. So I think what we'll do here is we'll use Reverend Timothy. We'll do the same thing that we did last time. We'll use Reverend Timothy to kind of talk with him and just generally see what I can get. And then when we're in sort of the last minute of the day, we'll use the elements of the soul. We'll use whatever elements of the soul are left to we'll use what elements of the soul are left just to kind of do the other side things. Okay, an offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776, sent Science Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase the Debate of 7 Cups, Distillations of Spirit, recorded by an alchemist who identifies himself in the foreword as but Sir Thomas Browne's reflection. So, we might as well use the bronze here. It's only a 2 tally. Doesn't really matter what the weather is, so we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy off the start, and we're going to save everything else till the end of the day once we see what we get from good old Tim. I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once the dawn has come. Okay. So, long conversations with Timothy today. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. And again, I would love to be able to put some points towards generating the Gervanite. I'll probably do that when I'm reading this text. Tenmoth doesn't strike me as that hard to accomplish, but I do want to make sure I'm locking in the skills when I can. Actually, as it happens, if preliminal meter is moved up to position 7, that means it's probably going to outdo Sand Stories. It's absolutely not a priority anymore because we've already read all of the Rose books, but still helpful. Okay, impulse not directly relevant here. This is kind of where I feel the pinch of not committing elements of the soul. Once I start getting to this level of skill advancement, it does become quite difficult to just mine the memories you need out of the books. But even then, you can see that it's quite manageable. My general rule is that if you're going, particularly if you know that you're going to be regenerating elements of the soul, it always makes sense to bring your friend, because you just get the free memories talking with them, and what that does is that just minimizes the number of times that you need to, use an element of the soul. And essentially, because you can read at multiple desks at once, you can generate sort of your last batch near the end of the day. Now again, depending on how far in the hole you are, that's going to be like the real test. In our case here, we just need 4 memories, right? Because we already have the confounding parable. So if this doesn't turn out with Reverend Timothy, we have 4 elements of the soul here, and all I've really missed out on potentially is gardening, which, by the way, is something I still want to do because I don't have any cat's claw now. But clearly being able to level up a skill, that's going to take priority over, whatever I can do with my... So here we go, gossip. So now I can feel good about taking this health and getting some cat's claw. Gather in spring, gather cat's claw carefully. Its mischievous thorns find ways through the thickest gloves. Unfortunately, I'm not able to take the cat at the necropsy table and get a real cat's claw, but I'm assuming that they're going to add that in later. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. I am very tempted to use the tryst with the book right away. I think resurgences and emergences would, yeah. If I get something from Reverend Timothy, I'll do it, but I'm probably not going to, so I wouldn't bank on it. You can tell I really want crack track. Okay. I think we have one more conversation with Timothy before I need to commit the Foss, Tristan Wist to other things. I think it's almost certain that I will not be trying to read the Debate of the Seven Cups today. But again, that's fine. We've got other things we can try and do. It would be nice if I can get one more Rose or Knock memory out of Timothy. And that's just to help me tomorrow with the next batch, but we'll see. Getting close to the end of the day here, so. All right. Well, here's my cat's claw. And you know what? I think it's probably better that I just hit these 3 full stop. I don't think there's anything I want to do with the Foss, Tristan Wist otherwise. So it's better for me to just lock this in. Let's try the Republic of Teeth again, because I didn't actually wind up reading that. Alright, so we've got a Confounding Parable, Gossip, Pattern next. Now if I could find Against Vitruvius, so much the better. And I know I have that in this one. But because I didn't bother to file anything or shelve anything properly... I have been in a library like this, by the way. It is an absolute nightmare. I think that's Vinzant inscriptions. There aren't that many V titles, but... Huh. Also, apparently 7 Shades in the Red Book of Brittany are texts I haven't recorded the result for. I'm really limited in terms of what I can do with my elements of the soul right now, so I'm not... There it is. I'm not gonna like put it in, but something for me to take care of in the future. Okay, let's use our Tryst for against Vitruvius. Let's try the Journal of Thomas DeWolf for the last one. I'm actually slightly nervous about the Journal of Thomas DeWolf because I thought that was something different. But the thing is, there's so many DeWolfs that I'm probably... My general rule is that if I've written it down on my spreadsheet, unless I have like hard evidence or some basis other than doesn't feel right, I tend to run with it. Okay. So the hope here is that within the minute I'm going to have the memories that I need. And I will make sure that I read the text this time, and then hopefully for the end of the day I might take a small break for myself. So the plan still is to try and open up these rooms, but clearly if I have an opportunity to read new books, or if I have an opportunity to get new skills, I prefer working with those. In the end, the more I level up my skills, the easier it is going to be to try and make certain things. So for instance, the fact that I need to get a Newman each time, that's 2 elements of the soul that I'm taking up, specifically because I haven't got Lockworks and Clockworks at the point where it needs to be. And if I have a chance to get over that, well, so much the better, right? Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So no more chats with Reverend Timothy. I don't really need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. So not too much on offer here. I think in the interests of future needs, I'm going to hang on to the impulse in this case. Whoa! That's an Atan desk, not the Motley bed. The moth text is more likely going to get me a skill which requires moth, so I'm going to hang on to that. All right, Against Vitruvius, a 14th century treatise on esoteric mechanics and parahydraulics by Abbot Ranulf, best known now as a Mason architect. Ranulf describes how he tested some of these techniques in the construction of the Winter Tower, now called the Long Tower. He admits to unexpected consequences. Ranulf mentions that the Tower of Ely Cathedral collapsed around the time the Winter Tower was completed, although he stops short of suggesting that one was the cause of another. A tower falls, a tower rises is all he'll commit to. So that's the pattern we were looking for. Next up, The Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. Valentine suggests that rulers should be elected to govern by serpents, not their subjects, for a serpent, being cold-blooded in its nature, is incorruptible. Valentine's initial proposal is that a college of electors should subject themselves to the bites of venomous serpents, which he grades and details, preferring the least dangerous, and should allow for the resulting deliria to guide them in their choice of the people's representatives. He becomes concerned, however, by the practicalities of ensuring equal quantities of venom in each case, and gets halfway into a proposal of using birds instead in the selection process before giving up mid-sentence. And finally, the Journal of Thomas de Wolfe. Thomas de Wolfe, 2nd Baron Brandkrug, nicknamed Baron Silence of Castle Silence for his taciturn severity, most likely the origin, eventually, of the name Hush House. There are very few personal details here. Thomas, a talented astronomer and aeronoscopist, dispassionately details his observations and the building of the observatory atop the Watchman's Tower. As he records the passing of the Great Comet in 1576, the tone finally becomes more animated but also more obscure. Thomas cites his dawn period namesake, Abbot Thomas, as an authority on wind, moon, and shell in the heavens inferior. He observes, "My predecessor knew this truth. 3 blossoms hath the watchman's tree, paper, ink, and flame. The great comet, I now aver, is that flame." And it's a fun one to do. I have a feeling that I would make more progress if I actually took some time considering the various statues. So the way that I've worked right now, I certainly have some inferences that I can make, but the problem is that because there can sometimes be some long pauses between sessions, it is more likely that I'm going to forget my logic behind putting certain people in certain places. So essentially what I have relied on is I've kind of relied on the story. Like I've kind of relied on something from a book or the statue itself sort of saying, hey, here's who the first librarian was. So for instance, I couldn't have necessarily told you that Ambrose Westcott was the first librarian. I could even be wrong on that. It says here, first librarian of the Curie of the Isle, a niche with the plaque, who often purified, but was not often pure. Second, we've got who was born of 3 nations and of none. Bust is carved from black limestone. Whereof we cannot speak, thereof we must remain silent. This bust is pale as white marble. But yeah, in these cases, like I think most of the time I've been able to figure out where everyone goes. But when it comes time to sort of place the last ones, because I don't really think there are any librarians that I'm missing. So we've got Natalia Brulot in the what's this room called? The Dueling Hall. We've got Serena Blackwood. I think we left here. Yeah, Fraser Strathcoyne. Now, if Fraser's, depending on Fraser's nature, you would imagine him to be one of the later entries here. Everybody seems to think that the cat should go in the 13th librarian slot. And all I can say is, have you not met Terence, the indomitable and magnificent housekeeper? I would have been in the impression that it was Gervenius van Loren. Or did I get that wrong? Pretty sure it's Van Loren. Return to complete what he began. I'm like 99% sure there was a... Oh no, I think I remember now. Notes to my predecessor should answer this. Oh, but then Fraser Strathcoyne's still alive as well. We get to meet him. Whereas Serena Blackwood is an alias used by many occultists, as we know, both from Book of Hours and Cultist Simulator. Yeah, letters to my successor. Advice from Gervenius van Loren, 11th librarian of Hush House, to the one who will come after him. So from that, we infer, the niche for the 11th. And then 12th librarian, of course. This, of course, would be me. I could use whatever I want as my image. Oh, apparently I can put a cooperative in here. 13th librarian will also accept. Actually, apparently all of them accept beasts and things. But yeah, no, I think there's a couple of other hints that Van Loren is the librarian before us. He got her as a visitor and assumed. Oh, okay, yeah. No, so this is a neat. So as far as I can tell now, things always get complicated in the secret history setting. But in terms of people, I could say with certainty. Who are still around, I would say well, I guess Julian Cosley was never a librarian. So Fraser Strathcoyne for sure. I'm trying to remember with Serena Blackwood whether or not this is... I'm going to hold off on saying for sure that is... Like, I kind of want to say yes, but I actually... It just occurred to me that I actually need to come up with a stricter definition for some of this stuff. But yeah, I would say the simplest I can say about it is that there's definitely more than one former librarian or even someone associated with the library who you're able to meet and is still kicking around. For instance, Dr. Adim was never a librarian, but he definitely was somebody who, I think it even mentions him in... Was it here? No, it just mentions the positions. Do ghouls count? Yeah, this is the tricky part, right? Because they're... like just like Cultist Simulator, right? This stuff can be quite subtle in terms of people's status. So like, it never comes out and says that Ibn al-Adim is a unique person. Like you could be forgiven for thinking that Ibn al-Adim is a perfectly ordinary individual, just like, you know, Count Jannings or something like that, right up until you realize that he is one of the few people who does not have mortal attached to it. So, and then of course you read a little bit further and you realize a bit more. So, just like Lady Rowena, when does somebody who visits you during Numa, does that count? Alright, this skill is now level 6, and its power aspects have also increased. So I have a lot of work ahead of me. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements of the soul. I think probably I'm going to go for broke on this. I will bring in Reverend Timothy. And then just sort of churn my my elements of the soul. And speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Now, in terms of... So remembering I don't need to use up the Newman. My best bets here would be probably a pattern salt and a secret threshold for starters. Okay, this should give me salt. And actually, sorry, I did say that I was going to get some tea. I am going to do that just because I am sort of flagging a little bit in terms of my energy and my attention. So if you don't mind, I will try to make this a brief break, but I do actually need a little bit of time for myself. So I apologize for doing so rather abruptly, but hopefully I will be able to end with a bang. But yeah, if you've been watching from the beginning, or maybe even if you've just arrived, I do encourage you to get up, take a stretch, maybe get a glass of water, do whatever you need to do, but we will be back for at least another hour of Book of Hours. I can't necessarily promise more because I do need to make sure that I kind of keep on top of all the stuff that I need to do, but I certainly don't plan on shorting people the experience either. But I'll see you all in a couple minutes. Joke's on you, Dendrian. My library is already chaos. For those of you who are not familiar with this very generous and troublemaking man, Dendrian is one of the streamers. So I don't. I want to be kind of careful in terms of how I say this because there can actually be a negative side, which I never really intended when I said it before. But I've become quite conscious of how I spend my time. This is really, especially over the last year. And what this means is that to a certain extent, I'm not a very good Twitch or YouTube viewer. There will definitely be some streams that I like to hang out in. For instance, I like hanging out with Prosciutto Fist, particularly when she's doing Baldur's Gate. I think that's a lot of fun to watch. Kite260 is somebody who I really think is a very kind-hearted and talented broadcaster. There are some people who I really do like hanging out with, and Dendrian is one of those streams. And it doesn't mean that, that if I shout out somebody and I don't normally hang out in them, that doesn't mean that I'm being insincere in terms of it. It really does come down to it. Like whenever I'm reflecting on, the time that I spend on anything, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, gaming in general, I have a lot that I want to do. I have a lot of things that I would like to catch up on. And unfortunately, when I think of things like Twitch, they are very easy for me to just sort of plunk down and take up a whole evening not really doing anything. But I also don't want to be a hermit, right? I don't want to just be shouting people out and then not watching. And Dendrian is one of the people who definitely, every once in a while my band will break, or I just want some kind of a distraction. And inevitably, if Dendrian is on, it's usually going to be a case where I actually take some time, just relax, check out his stuff. And so I definitely want to take the time to recommend his stuff. He's been playing my time at Sandrock quite a bit lately. I don't recall the name of the more automated game that you were playing, but I know you'll know. And on top of that, if you need another reason, if we all ask him really, really nicely, Autonauts, thank you. If we all ask him really, really nicely, I'm sure one day he'll play smart person games like Book of Hours, because he is a smart person himself. He works. He's a cash puncher. He punches the cash, and it makes more cash. He basically lives a real life clicker game. He sits at his office and he pushes his mouse button a whole lot, and then more money comes out. It's amazing. All right, a Pale Lady and the Prince of Wines should be Assault. Yeah. Is Link just punching things and making money, or is that Mario? I guess Mario normally just like bonks his head on things, doesn't he? You wish that was less accurate. I know the world you work in, Dendrian. Don't pretend that you're not. For those of you not familiar with what Dendrian does, Dendrian is one of the last people working at FTX, ensuring its orderly dissolution. So, yeah, Dendrian makes a good point. Link breaks into people's houses, destroys their vases, and runs away with the money. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, I really wanted to read some books, but I now own but have not yet played Breath of the Wild, and I feel like maybe that should be my treat tonight. Okay, sorry, I've been spending so much time talking. I want to double check that I've got the right... Okay, so we're getting salt here. You do not work for FTX, but you're getting closer. See, by process of elimination, I think I have a reasonably good idea, but the whole point of me making outrageous guesses is so we don't have that awkward moment where I say it and like, you know, you're like, oh no, I don't work for that one, right? Like, I don't actually want to put you in a situation where you feel like you have to reveal more than you should. Like, if you have to keep it a secret, you have to keep it a secret, and there's absolutely no benefit to me making you cross that line. So yeah, please don't let me playing a stupid game with you put you into an uncomfortable spot. Okay, I am a little weirded out in terms of my elements of the soul. So I've got one here with a Pale Lady and a Prince of Wines. But I have 2 Faust. Oh, right, of course. The second Faust is with Reverend Timothy. So yes, I'm just getting the salt. Okay. So I guess I need the pattern now. Well, we can use against Vitruvius again, I guess. Now, I think I've gotten stolen secrets from Reverend Timothy before, but I don't know if he ever makes a secret threshold, so we'll grab one of those as well. Well, Michael Lewis doesn't think... Michael Lewis doesn't think it's fraud written. So actually, here we go. I'm sorry, this is going to be... I always hate it when I, like, focus in on a single individual, but... So, Dendrian, did you ever read Liar's Poker? I mean, presumably there's other Michael Lewis books, but I'm thinking Liar's Poker because it's about his time in Solomon Brothers, so that was the most relevant. But I don't know. Have you read a lot of Michael Lewis? Or any Michael Lewis? You have. Okay. So, like, for me, this has been a bad year for, like, people who've written books that I rather enjoyed. Hamswitch also has read Liar's Poker. Yeah, so this is just it. So, like, seeing... and, like, I want to be kind of careful about this stuff, right? Like, it would completely betray all of the things that I have talked about on many other streams to say, you know, this author... like, this author wrote this thing I don't like, and it completely condemns the things that, you know, that he wrote before. That's definitely not what I'm trying to say here. But, like, I quite liked Walter Isaacson's Steve Jobs book, right? Like, I thought that was a good read, and I enjoyed, I enjoyed what I read from it. I got a bit out of it. I've read other books about Jobs. I think I recommended the Ken Casienda book. I read Liar's Poker. I like Liar's Poker. I've not read Moneyball. I watched the movie, and I mean, the idea behind it is great. But, like, to just see him completely taken in by Sam Bankman-Fried, and for what seems to be very weird reasons. Like, I think the problem is that I've seen him interview people who have been quite critical of SBF and FTX. And he's never really addressed what seemed to be very clear arguments against. It's just kind of... I mean, he can afford to ignore them because he's got this reputation, but it really feels like he's putting this reputation on fire, and I don't quite know why. Other than maybe it's just sort of reading his own sort of gee whiz kind of headlines of, like, well, it's always the outsiders who make the change. And likewise with Isaacson, like, I'll admit I've not read the book about the annoying car guy, but man, like, the more I read him, he reads kind of like you imagine the courtiers in the times of old would sort of talk about, right? Like, it's, if any of you have seen, it's a wonderful movie if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. But, like, you've got Amadeus, and like the emperor is this great patron of the arts, which so many people appreciate, but he perhaps doesn't have any musical skill and maybe not even that good of an ear. So you have all of these very talented composers and music appreciators who are trying to like fit the emperor's kind of claims. They're sort of like putting it in this Procrustean bed to try and, you know, keep in favor. So like the most ridiculous example of this is, you know, there's a, you know, a piece that Mozart presents, and you know, the emperor's trying to say, you know, oh, what am I trying to say? And one of the courtiers is like, there's too many notes. Oh yes, there's simply too many notes. And like the guy playing Mozart just has this beautifully dry, and which notes would you like me to remove, Your Highness? Like, you know, that kind of nonsense. And like, you know, we one of the reasons why I think I kind of come off as being a little more conservative in some of my views than I do is that I kind of appreciate that on a historical scale, right? I live in a period of time where I really don't have any kind of credible threat of violence to me. Like, the times I've been mugged have been just completely outside what a reasonable expectation of my day-to-day life would be. You know, I don't need to worry about the crops failing and somebody calling me a witch or whatever, the warlock or was. I've been mugged twice, Vanguard Master. Once at knife point, actually. But I have learned I'm a skinny guy, but it turns out I can also take a punch. That was the second time. But yeah, like, or, you know, the idea that in some countries, you know, like in Canada, if I were to be stopped by the police and I offered them a bribe, I know that will immediately make the situation worse. And obviously not every place in the world has that. In a lot of places in the world, bribing the police officer is how you can get in a, you know, in a better spot. I don't bribe high enough. Okay, apparently it's worse than I thought. So, like, again, this is what makes me see, like, it's not so much that I don't feel that I am getting to the point on this. It's not so much that it's not so much that I don't think that there is room for change and improvement. There is. But I also kind of take for granted that, like, I'm very reluctant to the whole, like, just tear the system down and start it over again. Because overall, it's actually not that bad when you take an appropriately, you know, long view. And so the reason why I realize I just expanded the topic much larger than it needed to be. So sorry, just one second, but like, I do kind of like the idea that in theory we can, you know, we have something approximating a meritocracy. It's like, ideally, if you have a good idea, you know, you should be listened to, that you don't necessarily need to give undue attention because, you know, this person's the king or whatever. And then, of course, the idea would be that the people who are in those positions are there because of merit. And I realize everybody's going to be kind of laughing into their sleeves on that proposition. But, like, why on earth would you ever want to get to a point where, you know, you're, you know, trying to bend over backwards, making nonsense try and make sense because, you know, the person launches rockets, or, you know, has an electric car company, or has billions of dollars with this strange, you know, money that even drug dealers don't really want to use. But yeah, like, it's one of these things where, like I said, there's a balance that I need to, speaking of balances inside of chat, like, there's this balance that I need to draw to fit, where it's like, I don't have a particularly positive view of the subjects, and it seems to be that these are overly favorable, or even potentially some kind of an apology for these figures, because it is important to read things that you disagree with. It's frankly, it's the only reason why I am still, following half of the news outlets that I follow. I'm sure I would have infinitely less stress if I didn't do that. But again, like it's very easy to fall into a bubble and be very convinced of what quote unquote everyone thinks. But with that in mind, like I don't want to be so open-minded that my brains fall out, right? Like it does really seem to be that in the case of these two books, something seems to have happened to otherwise credible journalists. And it does make me wonder, like, am I just realizing this now because, I was a little bit more inclined towards being suspicious of this figure? Or were they always like this, and do I need to sort of re-examine the previous books that I've read? And yeah, and I generally agree, Hamswitch. Like, again, it's I do also kind of consider the company that I find myself in, so I certainly have more progressive friends, and as a result, I tend to find that I make I play devil's advocate a little bit more, because like I just generally don't think that businesses should be treated like ATMs, or as a whole, I would generally like to have some, like, policy should ideally be trying to bring out, either address some kind of inefficiency, or it should be trying to address something that doesn't get handled in sort of the day-to-day. Like, so in general, I do kind of like it when we're allowed to make our own choices and the government sort of butts out. And I realize that sounds very libertarian, but I also kind of recognize the presence of those kinds of those inefficiencies in those cases where just letting people do what they want, the laissez-faire approach, doesn't work. And so I am a lot more willing, like, it actually doesn't take a whole lot for me to say, yes, there is a role for government to play on these things. For crying out loud, I would benefit from a police force, and I think most people, if they're honest with themselves, can think of cases where, something provided by the government is a very good idea. And then usually when the substantive conversations usually fall in that very boring area where you're just trying to decide, is the line maybe, a few centimeters to this, on this side, or a few centimeters on that side. So, all right, good luck, Vanguard Master. I know you're getting close to release, so take care. And it's been a bit of a busy time for me, but if you come in with something you want some feedback on, let me know when you want that feedback, and I will make sure I follow up on it. And of course, as always, if you want to advertise your stuff, feel free to do so. Okay, sorry. I am not going to solve the world's problems with my comments, so let me just find a book with a secret threshold. Temptations of Architecture, or an Almanac of Entrances. I think Temptations of Architecture was in a funny language. Shows what I know. So it might have been a smarter idea for me to use the shaft so I could have gotten it back sooner. But we have enough to work with in terms of restoring our elements of the soul. Okay, I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Okay, rainy day. Normally I like to take advantage of the nectar, but we have other priorities right now. Okay, Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company, so we're going to use Reverend Timothy for our source of memories, as usual, and we're going to go straight into Stargazy Pie time. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. Well, we'll use a thruppence in this case. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her Stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. So I'm nowhere near considering a new playthrough for Book of Hours. Even if I were to complete this one, I have a few other save files I need to get through, and of course I have the artist run, which is going on YouTube right now. But out of curiosity, for those of you who like Book of Hours and are playing vicariously through the channel, does anybody have a particular journal or legacy that they're interested in seeing in future? Again, these aren't promises. I actually have quite a lot on my plate, but I think it would be kind of fun to sort of take the temperature now, so that when the time comes for me to do something new, I can sort of be ready. Okay, The Temptations of Architecture. The antiquarian and Nyctodromus Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors, with particular reference to a house in the Bounds named Treowin. No doubt they have come to regret the ambitions of their winding stair. Even now in Treowin, a silver sea is unwisely visible from a rash window. Westcott explains that the wheel locks, the charge holders of Treowin, have had recourse to dramatic measure to prevent Oniric encroachment, removing the entire top floor of the building. Nevertheless, he writes, the business of the Moon Hall has begun to touch the other business of the house. All right. A Pale Lady and the Prince of Wines, an anonymous biography of Ava de Wolf, last of the de Wolfs, focused rather salaciously on her personal troubles and intrigues. Ava de Wolf is engaged to one Abraham Wheellock, so second reference to the Wheellocks. But he leaves her at the altar. Furious and humiliated, she returns to Brandkrug and is not seen in London again. 3 days after her departure, Abraham Wheellock's body is washed up near Gravesend. His face is so badly pecked by birds that he is only identified by his belongings. These include a waxed pouch containing a letter addressed to Wheellock, whose contents seem to show he is a spy in the pay of the Austrians. Subsequent investigations suggest that the letter is a forgery, but the matter remains obscure. Lord Franklin Bancroft, sometimes called the Prince of Wines, begins a series of visits to Brandkrug House. His relationship with Ava becomes a source of scandal. Ava, is by now 49, but rumors persist for years of a de Wolf Bancroft heir. Ava's biographer claims that before her drowning death, her child by Bancroft was adopted by her friends, the Southies, and that the child became the sister of the later poet laureate Robert Southey. No real evidence is provided in support of this claim. Okay. One more book. And we've already read Against Vitruvius, so I'm just going to leave that to the side there. So of the... it's worth remembering why we're doing this, right? So we want to get preliminal meter up to 7. We need 6 memories for that, so we've got 4 of 6. And so in this case here, simply being able to restore this Faust is enough. Unless I have other plans for the day, I might just want to leave it there. Now, again, there are other things that I can do, but we'll see. Okay, better now. For now, we'll just see what Reverend Timothy gets us, and if we, I don't know, if we free up other elements of the soul, I might make an effort to try and maybe make Gervinate. Probably not a good idea because that'll take 90 seconds. So, and then I'll need a minute to restore the Shapt. Okay, fear doesn't really help me. Yeah, for now we'll just take it easy. I have my Trist and my Faust in reserve. And then, of course, in a real crisis, I can use the Newman. But I'd rather not have to. Does anybody have an aunt that looks like this? Okay, I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. Okay, an intuition. That's great news for us. So that's actually a free Faust or Trist for us. So if I want, it's a bit of a flyer, but I think I'm going to take it. So I'm going to speak with Reverend Timothy again, and I think I've closed the window in terms of being able to read this in time. But I am actually going to try the Debate of the Seven Cups, Distillations of Spirit, recorded by an alchemist who identifies himself in the foreword as but Sir Thomas Browne's reflection. Moth choice, I can master this mystery. So it takes a couple of minutes. So my worry here is that the day is going to be over before I get what I need out of it. We'll see, though. So in this case here, I just need the confounding parable. I think it's very unlikely I'll get it from Reverend Timothy, but you never know. Actually, also, it's a stolen secret. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, stolen secret will also do the trick. I feel like I'm missing something here. Okay, hindsight. Yeah, so in this case, let's take the stolen secret. So we can get that from the Gospel of Zacchaeus. Now, this doesn't mean that we're done with Reverend Timothy. It just means that I want to make moves. I want to make the move. I want to make sure that I'm actually getting the memories that I need before moving forward. And we know we'll have our preliminary meter where it needs to be. Although, again, I've exhausted all of the possible books, so I'll be working a little bit in terms of leveling up a skill, but our focus is definitely going to be moving towards the Gervanite construction, which we have the Newman set aside for, so at the very least I'll use the shaft. Actually, we have plenty of time with Debate of the Seven Cups, so... Time is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. So you can compare that with... Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Okay, Revelation we already had. Alright, so, Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the mansus through the opening of his body. 7 were the wounds of his body, 7 the doors of the house, 7 the lesser aspects of the hours, and knock the aspect above all, for the mother of ants is the mother of salvation. The book includes a description of a rite which can be used to raise a corpse to half-life in memory of he who bled for the wood, but the marginalia claim that the mother of ants no longer permits use of this rite. So there's our stolen secret. I don't think I want to wait the 30 seconds. It would be kind of nice if I had... so if I could preserve the stolen secret to the next day, that would... I'd like that, but I don't want to... I don't want to blow my chances on doing something interesting. So let's take the preliminary meter. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. So 30 seconds there. I'm going to get... This will give me an idea in terms of what of the memories I want to save for tomorrow. Which are the memories I want to save for tomorrow. Darkness and light divide the course of time, and until that course is run, eternity remains history's bedfellow. Sorrow, then, is sense's final solvent, and even a tear, should it fall now, might destroy a stone. So 2 solutions and separations. That's more than I was expecting. An impulse, okay. So solutions and separations, if I recall correctly, we don't have that much for, so it shouldn't be that hard to improve. It's level 3, so it's not trivial. But yeah, we'll be fine. Okay. So I do have a question as to whether or not I want to use Reverend Timothy tomorrow. So let's think a little bit about what I'm going to do tomorrow. So let's say we use the Tris to level up solutions and separations. I need, and then Shapt for the Gervanite. So then we would want to, yeah, you know what? We'll be fine. I don't think I'm going to bring in Reverend... Well, actually, you know what? I can bring in Reverend Timothy for the same reason. Yeah, okay. Changed my mind. I am going to bring in Reverend Timothy. And that is because I have the spare element of the soul. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. But we aren't going to restore anything at the Sweet Bones. So, my first and obvious answer is to use the Newman with the Gervanite and Lockworks and Clockworks. This one, it doesn't even really matter that I'm using the Amethyst Ampule or the Sea Glass. I guess we'll use the Sea Glass first. Gervanite, resolve a knock alloy. Lockworks and Clockworks plus scholar level knock plus glass creates Gervanite. So that's the first of 2 that I need from that. Now the cool part about this is that, in fact, you know what the funny thing is? I didn't need the Shapt. I could have actually done that with anything else. Although, because I've built things the way that I have, yeah, it turned out the way that it did. But yeah, so what we're going to do next, I do want to make sure that I have Cat's Claw. I've been kind of delinquent in my harvesting, and I don't have that much more time left in spring. So we're going to use Leaves and Thorns to collect Cat's Claw. Gather Cat's Claw carefully. Its mischievous thorns find ways through the thickest gloves. And so, after talking with Reverend Timothy, if we have absolutely no knock or moth, then I can use the Whist and the Fost to generate what's required. But we're going to have the better part of a day to have Reverend Timothy generate the relevant memories. And as it happens, it's a cloudy day, so we're even one further ahead than I thought we would be. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So in fact, I'll use this one to get the Newman back, I think. Well, maybe wait till the end of the day, because you never know what's going to come up. But at minimum, we should be able to walk away with a level 4 solutions and separations. Yeah, so I think here's the plan. Where we're at, I will use the Fost to get back the Newman. And again, if we wind up with a knock or a moth memory from Timothy, then we can maybe use the Whist to generate a future, impulse or something like that. I suppose the other option would be I use the Whist to generate another Gervanite, but I need to make sure I actually have the time available for it. glass I can move? Well, I guess technically sand is glass, so I didn't need to give up the... I need to give up the real glass. I don't think I'm going to have much of a cat's claw pile when all is said and done, but it's better than my current reserve. Great. So Reverend Timothy basically just gave us a free level up. I wouldn't hold my breath to do both level ups today. Even one is a good start. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. So one of these will definitely be used for the Newman. In fact, I guess there's no real reason why I couldn't be using that now. So let's make that the Whist first, because the Foss. Well, if I want to send the Foss to the Gulls, I should probably do that now. Yeah, this is the problem. All the things I want to do actually take longer than I have. All right. Well, I won't be too fussed about it. I suppose in the worst case scenario, I just wind up going to the Sweet Bones. Okay, skill is now level 4. So essentially the reason why I'm giving up the chance of level 5, what I need are 4 Moth or Knock memories. After which I would need to get the Trist or the Shapt back. And I don't think it's impossible for something like that to happen. I just think it's very unlikely. And frankly, if it comes down to it, really, all I need is just another day. So I'm already going to have the Newman. So we're going to make another Gervanite, which of course we're going to use to drain out the last couple of rooms. We need technically 4 elements of the soul for starters for solutions and separations, and we work our way down. Well, we can work this out now. Okay, so I take the Shapt, we leave the Trist aside. Yeah, we've got 4 elements of the soul as a default, so... we'll be fine. I'm going to still talk with Reverend Timothy just to see if I can get an interesting memory out of him. If not, again, I have the option of like a stolen secret or something like that to carry over. Actually, a secret threshold's an even better option, because I don't believe... Reverend Timothy can occasionally make stolen secrets, but I don't think I've ever seen him make a secret threshold. So secret threshold is guaranteed to be applied, and that's not true for the others. So that's what we're going to use the Fost for, unless a miracle happens here. Okay. So let's see if we can find the Almanac of Entrances. If not, I'm happy to do the Temptations of Architecture again. And at some point I do want to read these books, or Red Book of Brittany, just so I can recall the... recall the memory. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time looking for it, so I think probably I'm going to go for Temptations of Architecture. Especially because I feel like Almanac of Entrances sounds like the sort of thing I would have found on this playthrough, but I don't have... There's some books where you just have like a really clear idea of what the book looks like or where you might have put it, and this is one of these ones where I'm sort of drawing a blank. So Temptations of Architecture it is. So that will mean that I only need 3 elements of the soul for the solutions and separations. That means that I can use Faust to bring in Reverend Timothy. I'll still use the Tryst. Yeah, so I can still build the Gervanite. I can still bring in Reverend Timothy. I may still even be able to use the health to get the Cat's Claw. More gossip. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. So I do need to make sure that I keep this while I sleep. Okay, so this works because the Motley Bed takes Rose. So again, just a reminder, we need 4 memories to get solutions and separations up. We're going to have 1 from the bed here. So basically the idea goes 1 Faust for Reverend Timothy. At that point, we sort of spam Reverend Timothy. The first thing I want to free up would be the health so that I can gather Cat's Claw. Following that, we free up the Faust. Maybe we go to the Gull Colony. After that, it's kind of open season. But the biggest thing that I want out of the meeting with Reverend Timothy is a Moth or Knock memory. It doesn't even matter which one. And the one thing, technically I shouldn't be giving up this Newman right away because it may prove useful in terms of leveling up solutions and separations, but I do want to get an early start on the day. So we are going to go back to the Foundry. I guess it doesn't really matter so much that I'm using the shaft here, but I'll still do it. And I am kind of forgetting, or I did forget that that sand counts in this case, so we can actually make quite a bit of Gervanite if I am so inclined. We will then call in Reverend Timothy, and hopefully he will give us what we need. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. If it looks like we're really dry on Moth or Knock elements, I'll definitely spend up to restore at the Sweet Bones, but I don't think that will be necessary. So just a reminder in terms of what I need. So Pump's lower level, we need either a Forge or Knock skill. So in this case, Shapt is the only option. Shapt is the only option. Oh no, we need an element of the soul. My bad. We need 10. So the 2... no, the Gervanite doesn't actually cover any of that. Well, no, it covers Knock, so we'd have 8. So as long as the skill I provide... yeah, the skill should come up with the rest. In this case, we just add a soul and a fuel, and we should be able to open the thing up. Which makes the outcome from Reverend Timothy all the more important. In fact, what I might do is I might actually pay for the trip to the Sweet Bones early, just so I know that I have... we can do it at midday. If we don't have 1 element of the soul up by midday, I think I might pay. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. If we go whist, it doesn't really matter what. I guess Edict's Liminal just to prove that I can. We throw the 2 Gervanite, and then we can use any fuel that we want. It does have to be a liquid fuel. But like I could technically use or not the xanthotic acid, it's the iotic essence. Now this is wasteful if I do that, so we'll use something a little tamer. Should be in the paraffin will do. Unless we had the oil. I think we already used the oil. Nope, my bad. Oscillate oil. Oh, for heaven's sake. But yeah, I do rather like the idea of getting this out of the way sooner rather than later. May even take the full day, so... you know what? I think I actually prefer using the petrol because that's 2 forge as opposed to forge and moth. So yeah, we'll just use good old-fashioned petrol. These machines are of different and newer manufacture than the ones above. They include something like a generator too, but they're in even worse condition. I will need to provide suitable materials and fuel, and I'll need scholar level of forge to jury rig them. Oh, scholar level forge. Interesting. Well, that sort of throws a wrench into things then. For some reason, I had thought... Hammer time will only get me so far. So you know what? It's a little silly that I have to do it, but... Iotic essence it is. The machine roars to life, sparks flicker. This will take a while. So, you know what? As a precaution, let's go to the Sweet Bones and restore... Just in case. I may even need to do that with the Faust. No, sorry, my apologies, because I only need 4. I have 1, I'll have 3 more, so. I was kind of counting on having at least 1 from Reverend Timothy at this point, but... it's not serving up what I need. So give it, I think we'll have 2 more rounds. Probably 2 more rounds. Okay, there's nothing I really need to do at this point. We're really just waiting to hear the birds. But I think if I was hoping to get a sneaky Newman out of the day, I'm guessing I think we're gonna have to settle with what we've been given. But again, we'll use the health, the Foss, the Shap, so I don't have an option for Cat's Claw today. That's one shame. And if I was thinking maybe I would have paid for the Foss back and got the Cat's Claw, but it's all good. We'll work with what we have. But But yeah, I think we're at a point here where I need to... Well, okay, we got an impulse. Again, I can't use the health to... Or can I? Let's give this a shot. I don't have that much I need to do tomorrow, so I feel like if I'm really gonna be messing around with stuff, this is the time to do it. Okay, so we've already got the secret threshold. Let's think about the things that Reverend Timothy won't get me. So salt is one of those. And in this case, we know exactly what will take care of that. We already have a secret threshold, so that's not... it's not one I can focus on, but maybe a pattern. We'll use against Vitruvius for that one again. It's not the most original choice, but at this point I just want to make sure we have what we need. I am breaking the rule that I had, which was to... Well, not exactly a rule, but like I did want to have a little bit more variety in terms of the books that I was reading. But the thing is that when... I also kind of know that when I'm feeling rushed, so like I was like, okay, I need to make sure that I get all the memories that I need, I'm much more likely to just collect. So I've baked that into my quote-unquote rule. And as a consequence, I make sure that I'm not as fussy when I know I'm going to be sort of close to the wire in terms of some of these. Sometimes I remember, but lots of other times I forget, and it messes up my system, so. Okay. Again, I'm not expecting miracles from Reverend Timothy, but if we get something nice that we can sleep on, so much the better. Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. We've got to be able to get the cat's claw in time. I'm sure I was being overly cautious. Now, Timothy may still give us something interesting, but let's focus on the task at hand, and that is to level up solutions and separations. One thing I have sort of lost, not exactly lost sight on, but one thing that I have been neglecting... Uh-oh. Oh, right, the pattern. So I've been leveling up all of these skills, but I haven't necessarily been checking what they can do. So what I mean by that is... Actually, I also think I've got a big gap in my skill list. Because I was using leaves and thorns down below. Something went terribly wrong here. You know, the funny thing is there is actually an organization by level now. I just happen to like doing it manually. All right. I actually rather like how that turns out. So we're going to be down a whist for tomorrow. Not the end of the world. Oh, but I should figure out what I want to take into tomorrow with me. Let's just take the Solace. Gossip might be nice, but at this point here, it's anyone's guess, because we're going to need to open the submerged sea caves, which presumably at the 143 mark we'll get the circumstance that we need for it. Of course, with my luck, it's going to wind up being like Numa and... Okay, what's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? Hey, nice rain to start off with. So the big challenge I have right now is like, what exactly do I want to do today? Actually, here's one thing. Other than gardening, what I will do... Well, okay, there's a few things now that I'm thinking of it. So number one, it may actually be that I can still use the health to get Cat's Claw. Okay, no, it's Trumpeter's Lily. Trumpeter's Lily is great, but I was hoping for the Cat's Claw. So I do actually have some options at this point. So again, we're waiting a minute. Who knows what's going to be on the other side of this thing? Let's not fuss too much about it. But I do have some books that I actually wanted to see some memories out of. So even though it might feel a bit wasteful, I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to do things like take a look at the Red Book of Brittany, maybe use my tryst to check out Crowcross Sands. In fact, I'm going to do exactly those things right now. And if it's really looking like I've blown it, like if there was an opportunity that I had which, was a little too eager and wound up, losing something, okay, fair enough. Maybe I'll go to the Sweet Bones and refresh. But it seems to me like this is a chance for me to get things like mackerel or, again, pick up some gardening, finally fill in some details in terms of some books that I've been wanting to read. It seems like this is not a bad time for me to just kind of get that sort of housekeeping done. So we'll use Ambrose's desk because I don't have an immediate need for the shop. And we will read, at minimum, the Red Book of Brittany. Let me just make sure that's the one that I didn't have. Yeah, so Red Book of Brittany and Seven Shades. So Seven Shades I am actually going to take a little while to find in the pile. One, because this rain sound is actually kind of nice. But number two, there's very few times I actually get sort of a free day like this where I don't have an immediate need for all of the elements of the soul. Singlefoot songs. Oh, you know what? It probably has a number on it. It's not an S, I'm gonna guess. Wait. I'm gonna guess that's autocorrect on that one. Probably 7 shards. Alright. So, we'll still figure out something to do with the health and the Faust, but I don't mind waiting a little while. I don't think a minute 18 is going to hurt in terms of figuring out the plans. Most likely I'll wind up going to the gull colony and do some gardening. But we'll actually wait to see what happens with draining the cave. Visitor interested? Nope. So we have finished the story. So, The Affair of Apollo and Marsyas, an upcoming production of an opera with a very ancient pedigree indeed. So, what happened with this opera? Mr. Agdistis helped arrange the score for Apollo and Marsyas. After visiting Hush House, Magister Hokebald believed he had determined the most suitable gifts for the performers. He almost thanked me for it. Princess Kokil was confident she would be the best-dressed woman in the audience. Azita wanted to ensure that the production got every detail right to make it the best possible bait for her dearest enemy, Merad. What Eason learned at Hush House convinced him that the production would not trouble the lower skies, especially, perhaps, with his intercession. Corso improved his knowledge of stains, hopefully enough to identify the Saver Arts book he hoped to acquire in Paris. MCO Lee was reassured that the opera might present a lesser oniric hazard than she had feared, but resolved still to talk to our cousins of the duties in Paris. And Morgan, Mademoiselle Matutine, was confident she would be the best-dressed woman in the audience, even though she had decided on a departure from her usual style. We will see what happened between Kokil and Morgan. Never. The story has no beginning or end. Arbitrarily, one chooses that moment of experience from which to look back or from which to look ahead. Graham Greene. Are there any Graham Greene fans in the channel? The Red Book of Brittany, a volume of ink lore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after the Norman conquest. The red flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree are constant. The red flower is described as the temptation of suffering, but its suffering can apparently be allayed when the copper fruit is enspelled with a nectar aspect along herbs and infusion techniques. A variant of the same approach, with the inks of power techniques outlined here, can gentle lethe into a great ink. Okay, satisfaction. And 7 shards. The Lionsmith, the 2 great hours of struggle, broke his sword into 7 shards. Natalian Berlot, 5th librarian of Hush House, describes the nature of each of those shards, allegorically and otherwise. The 3rd shard has then been identified with this cry of pain. The Lionsmith is a stoic hour, but we must assume that in the sundering moment even he might have been unable to restrain his distress. Now the sound of tin under pressure we call the tin cry, a reason perhaps for the further identification of the 3rd shard as the Shard Royal. The 7th shard we call informally the Invincible Audacity, which is struck from the winning move, as the winning move is struck from a memory, with the application of sufficient edge. And that gives us hindsight. More importantly, we did not place poor Natalia where she belongs. Anish with a plaque, who was denied victory though never defeated. 17 seconds. Alright, who do we have here? Dr. Aaron Peel, who understands Vac. Exile Riddlemonger, Thunderskin devotee. I'd rather say confidant. Impeccably dressed, but always in dark clothing so the stains don't show. Dark the dressings, too, at his ankles and his wrists. I won't take a seat. It's kind of you to offer. It would be unkind of me to accept. Nothing particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. So here's one thing I'm curious about. The day, the night, and here we are again in the day. Marvelous. So. I'm gonna pay for lessons. Tutoring Vac, my visitor can teach me the rudiments of this bold language. After tutoring you, the visitor will leave, even if they arrived on other business. Well, no other business. And it is actually timely, because we've got a whole stack of Vac here. So we'll be able to read the phonograph. 2 phonographs. I mean, these are powerful books, so we actually have our work cut out for us here, but I'm happy for the challenge. Pumps sputter and die, but they've done their work. Uncovered depths, once more the sea has withdrawn from the caves of the Isle. So, moon and scale, and yes, this does Ah, now I know what I was missing. All right. Well, let's I'll do. Alright, so the sea has claimed these caves. The tide thunders below. I'll need to find some way to lower the water level before I can enter. So that's going to be a minute. I'm not expecting us to really know what to do with these areas down below, but we can at least get a preview and sort of prepare. Well, actually, if I want to do any gardening, now would be the time. So I think we have lots of Trumpeter's Lily. Yeah. We have a little bit of Lenten Rose. So, Trumpeter's Lily in summer. Oh, Agave Eterna we don't have that much of, so let's run with that. The history plant has risen. Gather its blooms. So I think I actually also have the ability to generate an Encastum Terminale that I haven't built yet, but I'm not quite there yet. Sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna resist the urge to try and make that. I mean, especially because I don't think it's the second history one. I think we have everything else. So first, no, we have the second. I think this is the one I was going to be able to create. Third, fifth. Okay, so I need a fourth. It's the fourth history that I need. So Maracat, Nilicat, Porphyrin, Uzalt. I don't think I've even seen the fourth history. Oh yes, but I know how to make it. Okay, so we're waiting on the Fost here because I'll have an indication in terms of what's coming up next. So even if I just wind up getting a Newman, that's fine because I... Here we go. The Curia's last secret, right under Governor Collar's nose. Levinson, Blackwood, and Van Loren all continued their careful investigations of the Brandkrug sea caves. Many of the species here are unknown to Cornwall. Some have not been seen anywhere under this sun. This would suggest, incidentally, I think it was Hamswitch who were talking about librarians. So this would suggest to me that Serena Blackwood belongs here, but I don't believe we've been given direct evidence from any of the books that we've read yet. But this is one of these cases where, I mean, there's other inferences that you can make, but my guess would be Serena Blackwood belongs here. Which also probably suggests that Fraser Strathcoyne was either a very young librarian or is quite a bit older than we thought. That's a separate matter. Okay, so the menacing phosphorescence. The pumps have drained enough water to splash through, but everything is spatched and splotted with sickly, alien, wondrous, mesmeric light. When I retreat, I find the same glow on my boots. Whatever I do, I should not do it hastily. So our options are Moon and Nectar. Now, I might have... So I'm trying to think. I might have the recipe for Sacrament Malachite. Hey, Sophia, how you doing? Sophia is actually another broadcaster. I feel a bit bad that I did not shout out a little bit more regularly, but I only recently found out that they are a broadcaster, and I found them through Dendrian. So another one that I can recommend for largely the same reasons. I should actually maybe just caution that I'm probably going to be wrapping up before too long. It's not particularly late for me, but I did have a very full day, and I'm probably going to want to nod off. Dendrian is clearly the most connected man on Twitch. But yeah, the biggest determination right now is going to be what are the most... So, number one, what are the most likely hirelings that I'm going to find? Moon and Nectar. What are the things that I can give to sort of augment these followers to be able to get them up to the level that I need? Basically, these kinds of considerations. So we're actually going to take a minute to sort of sit down and work through this. Okay, so it looks like it's the musician for Nectar and then the nun for Moon. So for elements of the soul, both of them, it would either be a heart or a tryst. Both of them will give one... Sorry, health. So they're both at 5 for those basics. Now, the most powerful memory that I can get in these cases feels like a Newman. There may be... I should maybe offer a caveat there. I'm sure if I had like a keeper level memory, that would probably be different. But you're being extra lurky, but you've had a terrible day, a $300 terrible day. I'm very sorry to hear that, Algrins. If you want to talk about it, don't hesitate to let us know. Like if it's car trouble, TV trouble, monitor trouble. But sometimes people just want to keep that to themselves. Obviously, you can DM me too if it's something private. But oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I did finally break down and buy one of these like appalling gamer chairs. I mean, it's not changed my life. I think probably I was due for a new chair, but I probably didn't need to get this particular one. I'm not mad that I got it, but I probably wouldn't get it again. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, mine was kind of on sale, so but honestly, my next chair will probably be an office chair. Or I will finally come clean and say that it was a mistake to get a computer in the first place, and I will get a proper like study style chair, and I'll just read books for the rest of my life. Wouldn't that be nice? I think I said I've never been to Haida Gawai, but I really feel like that would be my hush house. If I could just find a way to get out there, be able to maintain my income. I know that feeling. It's like a phantom limb. I should mention I've never actually been to Haida Gawai, so it could be completely the opposite of what I want it to be. Anyways, Newman. Okay, so yes, we have a 5 weaving the world. So that brings us up to 10. for moon. Also weaving the world. Now, technically, I think the Wormwood Dream is actually one higher. But let's not worry about that too much. Okay, so we need to get up to 14. So essentially, I need to find 4 more. So we've got... oh yeah, and then we've got the tools. So... that's 11. And then... yeah, so this is actually quite straightforward no matter who it is, and we don't need to sacrifice too much in terms of goodies. So let me just see where we're at with the... okay, we're actually getting a little short on dandelion wine. But I figure the pears should be the... yeah. Okay, now when it comes to the nun, how do we get her her moon? Mist-kissed water? And then... I guess in a pinch we give her the mackerel or the pickled pilchards. Do I really not have a 1 moon? Well, actually, I guess the Eigengrau would be the 1 moon. So yeah, if I have to give up the pickled pilchards, I don't think I have any other food that's good for the... although maybe I just go for the Wormwood Dream then. Honestly, it really depends on who I get, but yeah, either way, we'll have this sorted. Oh, are the pears really moon? Huh. I've been missing that for a while. But yeah, so the good news is that either one that we hire will actually be quite straightforward to level up. I don't actually think, like, so some of them you like look at it and it's like, okay, I need to prepare for, giving up the sacrament ascite or something. So that would be in this room, for instance. This one's actually pretty vanilla. Now, actually, the other great thing about this is, now that I think about it, I can already get the Newman. So weaving the world will be Agave Eterna, the history plant. Unlike its cousin, the century plant, blooms every year. Perhaps it will do so forever. But yeah, so it just occurred to me that... because I have my Faust still available, I can even get the Newman required prior to... yeah, here we go. Add the Kilisimi. So we're quite literally just waiting for the hireling to make this happen. Now, I'm not going to be idle during that time. So we'll obviously use our first priority is going to be the elements of the soul to to overcome the menacing phosphorescence. But we're not, if we try and use every element of the soul throughout the day, by the time we hire the person, we're not actually going to be able to give them all the things that they need. So while we do that, I'm going to know VAC, and so we're going to be able to finally catch up on a few of these texts that we've been meaning to read for a long time. Now, these are not easy texts, right? So, like 16 Sky, even with my best skills, I'm going to find that difficult to do. So, But actually, maybe I can start organizing the VAC texts accordingly. So 10 Moon is easy, 18 Sky is quite difficult. 16 Forge is going to be a pain because we don't have, like, Bells and Braziers is the best that we have there. 14's more likely. 5 Creations we should be able to handle without too much fuss. Matters and Deeds of Serpents. We can get up to 12 with the Newman, so that's not as hard as it looks. I give up. God, okay, a tower falls, and yeah. I mean, we'll try these, but like I said, I got my work cut out for me. Okay, what is this? A tufted fossil of silken fiber, big as a child. This object houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Something consumed and something was consumed. If we interpret its interweavings, we might understand. The meaning of this object isn't something that one reads, but rather something that one follows, until at last one has passed 3 times around it, and one finds the meaning waiting at one's shoulder. Weaving the world. The histories, they say, are braided like hair or tangled like roots. What is the shape of that knot? Funny you should ask. Okay, so we are ready for when the relevant people arrive, and not a moment sooner. Maybe this wasn't the best place for the Agave Eterna. Can I even fit? Yeah, there we go. Back. Alright, I have learnt enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. Before gods arose from blood, before ever apes stood upright, this was the language heard in the house of Sun. I am Vac, the peacock door boasted, both the tongue and the goddess. I am the only entrance into secret light. I was worshipped before you upright apes, and I will still be when all of you are ugly ash. Listen, and I will prove it. Okay, let's see if we can preserve something. I can preserve most of them. Let's keep the Solace. So the main thing we're interested in here is the fact that it gives us 5 Nectar and 5 Moon. And I think, no promises in terms of how many more days I will go for, but I think I'll at least try, one more day so that I can play with my new toys. So by that I mean we're going to use some elements of the soul to find either a nun or a musician. And then I'm going to balance it out so that the Trist and the Health are kept in a special spot. That might complicate things for reading the back text, but... yeah, we'll figure it out. Alright. So we'll start at the Sweet Bones. We'll use Whist because that's a little less helpful in terms of the other stuff that I want to do. Seek unusual help, what visitors might be passing through. So we need a minute to find out whether or not it's one that we need. And, so the tricky part about the Trist here is that, I was kind of counting on that for the moon, but I guess I don't need to because I've got Tridesma Hyra here. So maybe we'll use the Faust on that one right away. And Vac, I should have noted, is 2 knock, 1 rose. So I can master this mystery, enough moon to match mystery moon. Observations on the Peacock Door. Nangala of Lagash discusses the Peacock Door, the highest door available to mortals in the Mansis. A rent, an imperfection, an abrasion. I think all of these are crack track. Yep. So... yeah, so let's just wait a little while. I don't want to go too far down the reading books path. Figure we'll give it till midday. Actually, you know what? I can work out exactly the time that I need. So, for each of them, it's actually pretty easy because they have parallel paths. So, 30 seconds, 1 minute. 1:30 or 90 seconds, 2 minutes, 2.5. I have no idea how long 2.5 is in this game. Half a day definitely feels too short by that standard, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll get lucky and we'll have the nun or the musician be the first one, and then I don't need to worry. Poet. A poet has come by the sweet bones seeking inspiration, which mostly seems to mean drinking, but also complaining. I can ask it again. That didn't seem like there was much of an uptake on this, and by all means, don't feel pressured to respond to this. But I was curious if anybody in chat had a legacy that they'd be interested in seeing me do for Book of Hours, or a particular element of the soul focus. So the legacies are a little easier just because the journals, like I have a rough idea in terms of what will generate each type of journal. But I am interested also in what people, if there was something more focused around a particular element of the soul and that led to a particular journal, that's also an interesting way of going about it. So, hello, nun! Nuns don't usually travel alone. This one does. All right, we are going to need to bring everything we have, but I'm hiring them, and we're going for it. I'll hire this one for a day. So, this means health's off the board. We can get another agave eterna, I think. Unless there's something cool. Yeah, moth orchids are nice and all, but we should also try and get some honey at some point. Okay. Leaves and thorns. We might as well go to the gull colony with the... Well, I mean, a Newman might be nice too, but let's see what the gulls are up to. All right. Again, observations at the Peacock Door. Nangela of Lagash discusses the Peacock Door, the highest door available to mortals in the Mansis, a rent, an imperfection, and abrasion. Notably, the book is written in Vac, which, by some accounts, is another aspect of the Peacock Door itself. Nangala addresses this by apologizing courteously to the door and the language at the end of every section. The Peacock Door did not exist, Nangala says, in the days when the gods from stone entered the Mansis. They used the fanged key to open the Savage Door, a door not usually available to mortals. Speech, as the initiates of Kion would have it, is a wound. I fear that through that wound the blood of the Mansis flows even now, and that one day speech will be an end to dream. I fear that, but I fear the alternative more. I feel like there's a lot that I want to take out of that, but I also don't want to spend all night on this one text, but this is a very interesting one, and it gives us a contradiction. Okay. And sickle and eclipse. Oh, Lord. Okay. This is going to get interesting, actually. So this is the first time that we have been able to level up a skill. So I've got all of my work ahead of me in terms of leveling up sickle and eclipse. But after the 8, it's actually going to be at the top level, which means that I need to find something else for sickle and eclipse to level up. And I have all sorts of options here. Like I could try and improve disciplines of the hammer, which is sort of one of my higher level edge ones. Yeah, there's lots of... We could try and boost up sea stories. It might be an idea to try and find something that's maybe moon and edge. Or I try and level up a language. Which is a bit of a weird choice, but not a disastrous one. I don't know. I I wasn't expecting this problem, particularly with sickle and eclipse. But I know one thing's for sure. I'm not leveling it up today. So we're going to keep the tryst for the nun. Everything is now dedicated to the nun today. So. And as always, the consumables are the last to go because I am going to be fighting for every second. Hired. Sisters of the Triple Knot are long gone from this corner of the world, aren't they? So, tryst for first. Then we'll use the lunar globe, then the Newman. I should probably pour the mist-kissed water now. I don't have to use the mist-kissed water, but it seems like a good choice in this case. Pour out. Pour it out. I'm curious if I can keep the contradiction with me. No, because it's not... Yeah, it's got the moon, but it doesn't have... Alright, well, that's life. What comes, neither of us knows yet, but we will. Okay. I said the lunar globe was next. Offer a tool, I can lend my assistants something to help, increasing their abilities. So one of the reasons I'm using the Newman near the end is, well, not the end, but the idea is I want to get a good picture of whether or not I think it's realistic that we go through. Okay, its tools boosted their aspects appropriately. So we've got the tryst, we've got the lunar globe. So in this case, we need 90 seconds. Ooh, that's going to be close, but we've got it. So yeah, we'll commit the Newman now. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. I also got to remember when I can pluck the pears. Summer and autumn. Okay, so I should get some replacements after the Agave Eterna. So we have 1 more minute of activity to do, so because we haven't heard the bells yet, we should be fine. I may not have room for the history plant. There you go. Scraps from the Isle's edge. Another awakened feather, alive to every draft and spark. A little out of place, but I don't think I can fit it in the slot. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. Okay. So, where was I? Drink of water and some pears. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This is also the time I want to double check the numbers, so we're going to get 13 out of that. And we need 14, so the sea blessed pears, which again I do have the option of the pilchards in an emergency, but sea blessed pears do grant moon, which again is something I'd forgotten about them. I usually just thought of them for nectar. I do feel kind of bad I haven't been using altars more, but again, it's a question in terms of when I'm not committing elements of the soul, I kind of I don't know. I have to make choices. All right, down to the Grecians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So oh, I had a spare gull's egg. Holy crap. Offer something to eat. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. Also just friendly. Also, I forget, what's the other thing? They take omens. Okay, good to know for next time. There is something of an argument to be made for me to make a run on Sickle and Eclipse for tomorrow, because we're going to open up the Menacing Phosphorescence, and we're probably not going to have... So I guess like the idea here is that I don't have too much... I don't have any like advantage in terms of hiring. I still need to get something like the Newman and so on and so forth. So given the fact that I'm already going to need to generate 8 memories, and I don't think anything I take between days. Yeah, I think we're probably going to need all hands on deck to be able to level up Sickle and Eclipse. So probably not a bad idea for me to make that my focus, at least until we know what the next room is. So, again, the pumps have drained enough water to splash through, but everything is spatched and splotted with sickly, alien, wondrous, mesmeric light. When I retreat, I find the same glow on my boots. Whatever I do, I should not do it hastily. And it would be very terrible of me to end the stream without showing you what this looks like. So we'll have one more room to investigate, and it will probably be a week before we get to see it. But I figure at the very least we can build some anticipation. I can't remember. I know I've subjected Dendrian's chat to this. Have I told you all of you my really good idea for who should be the next CEO of Unity? Because it's pretty obvious if you've been looking at the gaming headlines lately. I guess I should preserve that solace, huh? Alright, what do we have here? Ooh. Hello there. Deep Lake Caves. When the gods from stone were swept away, the Carapace Cross, who had served them, were swept away too. The Segles kind, the Wormphota kind, the Glaterflog kind. All those wise and mighty ones are gone into nowhere or hiding, or us. Here in the fire-warmed waters away from the justice of sunlight, their legacy quietly thrives. That is such a shame I don't get to click on it. I was wondering for a moment if this might have been... It's actually possible that both of these... So there was, in the Kukurbit prisoner records, there was the idea of... I'm pretty sure it had a reference to the Carapace Cross, of someone being sort of released. And I'm wondering if that's... Deep Lake Corals, where the wild few traffic with the tides. Oh man. This kind of takes anything. This is definitely one that I'm going to want to follow up on. But yeah, I seem to remember, I'm pretty sure at least one of these, in addition to just like looking awesome, I'm pretty sure we may actually know, like, I don't think these are just animals. I think these are actually people who were housed in the, or at least one of them was housed in the Kukurbit prison. All right, pulsing darkness. If the isle had a heart, we would hear its pulse. 15 moth. Now you're helpful. Or 15 scale. So let's take a quick second here. Again, I don't have that much time left, but let's do the same exercise that we did with that previous room. So poet will give us moth. So this is the surrealist painter. And the fugitive gives us 4 scale. Now, interestingly enough, the only Newman that we have is a scale one, so it may be that we're actually looking for a fugitive. But I do want to see what I can construct with moth. Okay, so it seemed to me like I want to experiment with some name day riddles because I don't have a high level moth. So if I am looking for a hireling, it's actually a fugitive right now. Now I should have some skin shuck mead, which would help with the... Oh, you know what? I probably already used the skin shuck meat, so I need to make some... It's going to be a little harder than I thought. So yeah, the funny thing is that the easier path is moth for me. But the practical approach would actually be to try and get the fugitive and focus on scale. This is just because I have a Newman, which gives me 5 scale to work with, and I believe I have, or I don't think there is a scale drink. Okay, that actually, well, but then there's the earthquake name, which I'm reasonably confident that I can get. But then why would I worry about the earthquake name if I have the Newman? Okay, yeah, so I'm actually realizing now. So it's all well and good for me to talk about scale. But unless I think I have something that can give me a whole lot of scale in terms of food and drink, I'm actually probably better off not going for it. Yeah, I don't think there is a scale drink. There's scale food, but the scale food doesn't, like, that's not going to be enough. Okay, so let's run with an ideal. So let's say that we actually have the earthquake name, so that brings us up to 10. We can feed someone mackerel. Okay, 2 scale there. Health would be 1 tool. So that's 4, 10, 12, 13, 14. Interesting. Very interesting. Man, okay, so what would a scale drink even look like? You're joking. Oh, there is Domain Reveille. Fair enough. Okay, so if I made the earthquake name, and only if I made the earthquake name. Oh, actually, you know what? Strathcoin's whiskey also has a fair amount of scale. No, it doesn't. That's Roscragon. What am I saying? Strathcoin, where are you? It's like a yellowy... Well, it's a whiskey, of course it's yellowy. Excuse me. It's on one of these tables. It's not this one, that's Armagnac. Here it is. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think I know how this works then. So 1 health is 5. The Newman is 10. Tool is 11. Strathcoin is 13. $15. Okay. Now, I think the fugitive... So, even if it's an even distribution, and I've heard rumblings that it's not, that there's actually different weights for the different types of visitors. But even if the visitors have an equal probability of arriving, it is far more likely that I'm going to see a moth follower than I am a scale follower. That's just because both the poet and the painter are going to be able to handle it. So it seems to me like one of the things I should be doing in between days, it's like there's a few different priorities that I have. Number one, we're at the very end of the explorations of the house. Like, my view of this is that once I've opened up all of the different areas of the house, there's really no reason for me to commit anything to the tree, or not to commit anything to the Tree of Wisdoms anymore. I mean, I could try and get super clever and be like, ha ha ha, I'm going to, I'm gonna make a determination, with only the elements of the soul that I have. But like, what is that proving, right? The real thing here was just to try and like get the mileage out, and maybe I'll do something extra, like saying, okay, let's see how far I can go with my books before I commit something to the Tree of Wisdoms. But like the not committing stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms, I think we're in the last few days of this, right? Because once you've unlocked the whole house, you know, that itself is kind of an accomplishment. You know, doing this with the extra books, I know I can, right? I've definitely done tougher books before, and in general, I've sort of undervalued the different inks. So I don't think I've got a sky ink that I could apply in this case. But I mean, there's any number of inks that I can make that would, in fact, apply to to these various texts. So that to me isn't really all that big of a challenge, right? It's just a question, like, essentially, if I want to keep it so that I don't have extra elements of the soul or upgraded elements of the soul, essentially I just use more inks in book reading. So, you know, that's not exactly a hardship. It just basically maybe adds a day in between things. Now, what would be nice is that I still hold off on committing things until I have sort of a journey. Like, if I can work out a path through the Tree of Wisdoms, that would be great too. You know, obviously, I still want to make sure that I'm kind of committing an account of history that I am comfortable with. But you know, I can work that out on my own time too. So essentially, where I'm going with all of this is that I can see a lot of reasons for me to say, okay, you know, give yourself that one last challenge. You know, take the victory lap for not committing anything in the Tree of Wisdoms after you've opened up the whole house. But maybe in the interests of, you know, of making some progress here, loosen up a little bit, and we commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms. And again, it doesn't have to be, you know, all or nothing. I'm actually quite happy with the idea of committing things as needed. So like basically working out what text I like in terms of what I'm committing, and making it so that, you know, I'm making enough space to get the level 9 stuff. And I mean, more importantly, still following the journey of, you know, you might want to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom. Well, let's follow Illumination as far as it takes me, right? But yeah, all things for me to think about later. But yeah, so probably tomorrow's highest priority is to take care of Sickle and Eclipse. Once that's dealt with, maybe we experiment with Moth while reading the, you know, the texts. Ooh. I'm kind of annoyed that I'm about to do this, but I am going to spend the gold Spintria for this, the sevenfold slaying of the seven coiled. So I am very, very reluctant to give up a Spintria. Or I'm reluctant to get myself to a point where I don't have any Spintria. The reason... So number one, it's a book I can actually read, so that's nice. I am running out of books to read, and more importantly, I'm running out of rooms that I'll be getting books from. But more importantly, I know that I'm not going to have the opportunity to learn a language like the last time. So yeah, I think this is a fair division. I'll be a little lucky if we get hit by a Numa soon, because then I can earn myself some more Spintria. But yeah, I am reasonably content with where we are right now. So priorities for the next stream. Number one, we're going to level up Sickle and Eclipse. So that's kind of all hands on deck. We've got... Where'd my heart go? Oh, it's down here. So we got 1, 2, so 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 8. Can probably bring in Reverend Timothy because I'm going to be renewing the Faust anyway. But yeah, let's say today's dedicated to leveling up Sickle and Eclipse. The day after, I'm going to see if I can make a better moth memory. And 5 creations. So the funny thing is I can actually make a moth memory that will work in 5 creations, but I would actually need it as an input to other. Okay, that makes things a little awkward. So I may need to think about that. But if I try and leapfrog and do on the matters and deeds of serpents, we've got Edict's Liminal for that. Actually, that's not so bad. So we can get up to 10 with Edict's Liminal, and then we just add a pattern. So yeah, okay, so that's what we do. We put matters and deeds. No, hang on, I don't even need to do that because VAC has 2 knock. So Matters and Deeds of Serpents is actually a 10 knock text, in effect. So with that, we use Edict's Liminal and a Shapt, and we say, shut up. Okay, that's good. So while we're reading on the Matters and Deeds of Serpents, we'll experiment with moth recipes. And then, you know, depending on what comes out of On the Matters and Deeds of Serpents, I think... Well, let's see what it's going to take me to get the Forge stuff, because I actually think this Forge one's going to be a real pain. The manner in which the alchemist was spared. So, 14 VAC tech. So VAC's not going to help us on that. So I have 1 from the Shaft. Looks like Disciplines of the Hammer is my best bet here. Okay, so we've got 7 from Disciplines of the Hammer. Sorry, Disciplines of the Hammer and Shaft give me 7. Eight with a tool. And the Bells of Ys, I guess that would bring me up to 13, but it wants 14. Well, I mean, I guess we take our chances with that then. Unless I use the Sickle and Eclipse to level up Disciplines of the Hammer. But in this house, we follow the Colonel. Yeah. The other option is that I've been wanting to do this for a while, but we do have our last ink, so I would be able to make the ink from the Iotic Essence. Maybe not the most exciting choice, but certainly a choice. Hey, Rhea the Moth. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You know there's a backup folder, right? I mean, you may have already committed to moving on, but do you know where the backup folder is, out of curiosity? Because I'm happy. I'm actually done for today, so if you're just arriving... Nope, okay. Well, this is a good time for me to show that then. It was the... or is, rather. The 16th. Okay. Oh, actually, apparently it's directly in the game, so I don't know if that helps you. But what I was thinking of was browse files, The party just got here. Did I get another host? But yeah, no, I do apologize, Ria the Moth. I'm actually already an hour over where I was going today, but no saves show up. Okay, so this probably won't change anything for you, but just for your interest. Let me just try and... trying my best. I mean, this is probably not gonna work out for you, if I'm completely honest. But let's. There we go. Okay, this'll work as best. But yeah, so if you go to that browse folders, browse files folder, so display capture on. So this is what you'll see. So if you have some kind of a backup of your computer, this is the folder where all of your saves load, and you'll notice, right, like all of the stuff. Like all of the save files from before, so even the October 16th one, that's in here. So incidentally, like if you want to cheat, you absolutely can go into these files and mess around with them. But of course, you're taking your life in your own hand if you do that. But it's reasonable to ask, okay, well, where did those backups come from, right? Like it's not like those things. Okay. It's just like the other files. Okay, so yeah, I'm guessing probably I don't have no idea what happened. If it's something that wasn't like if you can't identify why that happened, if you think it's something related to the game, I definitely recommend talking to or sending a ticket to support@weatherfactory.biz. But I will say that if you do get a chance if you do have like backups of your computer, I would recommend. I am utterly fascinated by what this thing down here is. I would recommend that you take a look and see maybe if you can check out. I don't know. Oh wow, there's a lot more in here now. Cool. But yeah, no, I don't really back up my PC nearly as much as I do my Mac, but yeah, I basically, if something like that is happening as a result of like playing the game, I don't think Weather Factory want that to stay in the game. So I'm sure they would appreciate as much detail as you can get on that. And if you're not familiar, that just opens up another, well, here's the website. I'm sure you already know the email, but anyways, sorry, this has been a little bit of a clowny exit, but I do appreciate you all hanging out. I'm sorry for those of you who just arrived. And I thank those of you who stayed for the extra time, and particularly all of you who kind of came in and followed and participated or just lurked. In fact, I happened to notice, and I really do apologize that these alerts are not coming in, but I did see a name, Beth Kinda Sorta. I think you followed recently. But I do apologize for not recognizing you at the time. I actually like it when people follow and want to mark the occasion, even if you wind up lurking. So my apologies, I am not intending to be rude, but I also don't have my act together when it comes to alerts, it seems. I will try and fix this. Just a reminder to everybody, so we are going to be doing a lot more Book of Hours in the future. I know I've been truant on a few of these. But just a reminder for those of you who like to follow the channel, this is the last week where I have sort of weird gaps in my schedule. So Wednesday I will not be streaming, and this is because I will be at the local game dev meetup, Dirty Rectangles. Hopefully we'll be finding some interesting things that we can share with you in the future. Friday I will very likely be back to Cyberpunk because I think that is the last day of the Phantom Liberty promotion, and of course we're in the Phantom Liberty content now. So, oh, thank you very much, Beth. Kind of, sorta. Are you at all familiar with Book of Hours? Because if you're not, I will be sure next time you stop by to give a proper introduction to this wonderful game. But I really appreciate you saying hi, because I know when I watch, well, it depends. Either I'm going to be a complete pain in a channel, or I'm going to be very quiet in a channel. Who is this Dendrian man? Why is he in my stream again? But yeah. So as always, I like to think of the local meetups as being things that wind up fueling the content. Although I know it's mostly been Book of Hours and Cyberpunk. But yeah, so probably Friday will mark sort of the end of the detour. Next week, it should be most, if not all, Book of Hours. And of course, we are getting close to a big milestone of unlocking all of Hush House. So I'm rather looking forward to that. Seems really neat. I think it's only on PC. Correct. I'm not sure if you are fond of Cultist Simulator, which did get mobile treatment. So I think the plan for Book of Hours was, first of all, to see how the game would do. And then once there was sort of demonstrated demand, that there would be... actually, I should also mention that the PC requirements are a bit higher than what I think most people expect. So, but yeah, I think the idea was that after demonstrated demand for the game, because it's 2 people plus contractors who made this game, the plan would be to do localization first. And I know that Cultist Simulator got a mobile port. Now, I have a feeling they have all their work ahead of them in terms of making this game work on mobile, but they did successfully bring Cultist Simulator to play to Switch and phone, and well, tablet's probably a little bit more appropriate in terms of mobile. But I suspect if they can, they want to bring it to mobile, but that's a big open question as to whether or not it's feasible, let alone whether or not there are future plans for it. But as always, they'll announce when this sort of stuff's ready. But yeah, the simple answer to your question is currently PC only, but hope springs eternal that other people on other platforms. And I'm going to be a complete follower. I'll wind up buying this thing on tablet if it's available too. But yeah, for those of you who are here for Book of Hours, next week at the latest. For those of you who just like my rambling over the video game of the day, we will be back Friday for Cyberpunk. No stream on Wednesday. And then, for those of you wondering what I normally do, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, allegedly 7 o'clock start, although in reality it's a window between 7 to 8, and it has been waiting 8 a little bit more lately. And, of course, for those of you who can't make the streams, there is the YouTube series. We've made decent progress. I think we're about 40 episodes in. So there's the archives of these, but also on the YouTube channel there is a different playthrough which is being done in sort of these 30-minute blocks. So for those of you who'd like to see something a little bit earlier on, that is still going, and I've had a pretty good run of making sure that those are available on the weekdays. In any case, I am shedding viewers, and I would actually like to be able to host someone interesting. So I am going to take a quick second here to see what my options are. It looks like I'm the only one on Book of Hours. Now, I do have someone I'd like to host if that's the case. Okay, so there's a few different options that I have here, but I would love you all to hang out and check out Prosciutto Fist. So this is a broadcaster that I found through Book of Hours, actually. She hasn't spent a lot of time in it since that initial burst, but I've actually had a lot of fun watching her. She's got a it's kind of fun to watch her play Magic because she has like themed decks. So I remember one called the Hot Ladies deck, which was exactly that. She just basically took any card that had an attractive woman on it and tried to build a deck around that. And then she'll usually wind up doing a bit of Magic, and then it'll usually be something like Resident Evil or Baldur's Gate. But it's also a very friendly environment. It's one of those ones that I just kind of like, especially if I've had like a frantic day and I just kind of want to chill out a little bit. I actually kind of like hanging out in Prosciutto Fist's channel. So I'm sorry I don't have Book of Hours for you, but this seems like a good follow-up. So please treat them well. I will see some of you in a few days and some of you in a week. Till then, take care.